Are you ready? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Josefi Sakadudban. I coordinate the JAD with IGF. I'm here section inside the national security. We have very high-level panelists here, and I would prefer to give them, the floor later to introduce themselves, for me to make sure that they highlight all the great achievement they have been doing all over these years. So during this session, we'll have Smaila online, Karzan, Ernest, and Lily as well. And on side, we have our distinguished panelists, Paula, Ihita, and Dr. Manajit. Yes, just to give you a brief introduction of the session, as you may know, over these 9 minutes, we aim to explore the intricate and increasingly critical relationship between cybersecurity and national security, where our primary objective is to dissect the overlapping challenges and opportunities within the intersection, as well as to identify actionable strategies for addressing gaps in policies and practices. Through case studies, expert insights, and collaborative discussions, we will examine how cybersecurity has evolved from being a technical issue to a central concern in national security agendas, especially for nations in the global south. Together, we will explore topics such as the vulnerabilities exposed by the spyware, phishing, and cyber warfare, and how decentralized digital solutions and robust legislative frameworks can enhance resilience. So this workshop is designed to be interactive, as I may wish, and we encourage all participants to share their thoughts and questions through the sessions, whether through the chat for those who are online, and the Q&A for those who are here on site. So as we focus on the case, we have the case of India, the case of Ghana, the case of Nigeria, and others to be discussed today. We will analyze the systemic challenges posed by cybercrime and its impact on national stability, particularly concerning youth and illicit digital activities. We will also highlight best practices such as such as security by design principles and open sources, decentralization, to build a more secure and sustainable cyber ecosystem. So ultimately, this workshop emphasizes the urgency of aligning cybersecurity and national security effort to safeguard data, digital resources, and we people as final internet users. We look forward to your active participations in this critical discussion, or let's say conversation. So to welcome the panelists, introduce themselves, I would like to start by those who are on site. Allow me to give the floor to Hita to introduce herself, and then move to Paula, and then Dr. Manojit. You have the floor, Hita.
Thank you so much. Just want to check how many seconds do we have for the introduction.
Well, 30 seconds for the introduction, but we will be giving 5 minutes each of you to introduce the panel.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our session. I am Ahita Gangavarpu. I'm the coordinator of the India Youth IGF. In addition to this, I work a lot in the cybersecurity space, both from as a private sector, but also contribute quite actively to the standardization efforts that happen in the Internet of Things and IoT-enabled applications from a security standpoint. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. A very good morning to you all. Thank you very much for the invitation to be on this panel, and thank you to the audience for joining us. My name is Paula Nkandoha Maundu, and I am a cybersecurity advisor at GIZ African Union, seconded to the African Union Commission. And my role there is basically to enhance the cybersecurity posture for the African Union Commission and its internal processes. My experience really has been in the private sector, cybersecurity, and really just working on information security frameworks, ensuring that they're implemented adequately, managing cyber risk, and ensuring compliance to various regulations. I am also quite active in the cybersecurity community. I am primarily focused on enhancing capacity building for young women in cybersecurity. I am a mentor at Cyber Girls Fellowship, which is really a program that's trying to ensure that we have adequate skills in the young upcoming women. Thank you very much.
Hi. Oh, first of all, thank you so much for having me. And I'd like to mention the few things that might be relevant to this. I was initially with academia, but then I moved on to media, and then now I switched on to government. So I have practically the experience of all stakeholders, and I'll be loving to share, my understanding at how I used to blame previously about the other stakeholders, and now when you are part of that stakeholder, how the sufferings have been, because people tell you only to fix it what you used to comment. So thank you.
Distinguished on-site panelists, for your introduction. We have heard very interesting achievement from your side. Hita, you have talked about Internet of Things, which is quite, I mean, the challenges that we have today might be reflected or addressed by the Internet of Things as an important asset to tackle these issues. Paula, thank you as GI vet for supporting, I mean, youth to attend IGF. I'm very happy to be also part of this youth supported by GIZ. I was supported on 2022 in Ethiopia, which is a very good participation we had. Dr. Menojit, your perspective would be very interesting because you have had to experience all these issues by having the hat of civil society, academia, and now you join it officially, the government, which would be very interesting as well. Moving to the online participation, I think we have Sumaila who is online. Sumaila, if you wish to have the floor to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we hear you, Sumaila.
Awesome, awesome. So hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Samuel Atembaku, and I am a cybersecurity professional based in Nigeria. In summary, I work with a couple of NGOs. One of them is Code for Africa, which is a continent-wide NGO that focuses on different technology-based issues, including cybersecurity. And I work there as a security evangelist responsible for in-house security culture and awareness, as well as being a subject matter expert on our external projects. I also am the Director of Communication at the Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, and I've been in that role for almost 6 years now. It's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to engaging with the audience as well as the other panelists on this important topic.
Thank you, Samaila, for your introduction. I keep one key word, cybersecurity. Hopefully, you'll be sharing very good, I mean, insights from your country's perspective, how to tackle nationally these issues. I think we have one more left panelist. I think we have Lily, who have shared her video because she is not available based on the geographical difference we have in terms of time. But we have one more last. I think Kazan is actually connected online as well. Kazan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Karsan Gabriel, and thank you very much for the wonderful moderation and all of our audiences here. I work as the coordinator of the African Parliamentarian Network on Internet Governance. And what we do is we empower African legislators in their work of representing the masses, but also in the work of legislation oversight to be adept in terms of digital policy and also to make more informed decision making in terms of cybersecurity. Now we have been doing a lot of desk reviews as well as research to get the nuances and the differences between different cybersecurity frameworks, but also what it means to our policymakers. And just the context about our session today, it has been highly inspired by Dr. Monojit here, who has a wide tapestry of experience towards national and cybersecurity. And I'm looking forward to all of our comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Coordinator Kazan, for your introduction. I think we definitely are eager, to have your perspective as policy makers in terms of digital policy and legislation. We have felt the importance of having policy makers these years, and I think this time this is the right moment to have your insights and draft together resolutions or a framework that will enable us to tackle these issues together. If I'm not wrong, I think we have also Ernest. Kazan, can you confirm, please?
No, Ernest is not available. Let's proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for your introductions. Now we are moving into the discussions. We have, I would prefer to ask 2 questions, and it's up to you to answer one of them. So if I might say, how can we better align national security priorities with rapidly evolving cybersecurity threat? Or what gaps exist between cybersecurity practices and national security agendas, and how can we bridge them together? An Indian perspective would be very interesting as well. Thank you.
All right, I'll be happy to. So a lot of my talk today is going to focus on the best practices and maybe a little bit around the type of developments that have happened in India within the past decade. So when we talk about cybersecurity, it has direct implications on national security. And there are certain key initiatives and strategies that nations have taken, and my perspective will be purely from an Indian context. So when we look at the critical internet infrastructure, it's spanning across the banking sector, healthcare, BFSI, telecom, energy, even education for that matter. So any disruption to these infrastructures can cause catastrophic effects for nations. And there are certain state actors, non-state actors, proxy actors who are continuously seeking ways to exploit these vulnerabilities. And given that we have a lot of national secrets and very strategic assets that are kept online now, it becomes even more critical for us to protect the cyber aspect of it. So this brings us to this critical realization that cybersecurity and national security actually intersect in a Venn diagram that must be sorted out with precision and urgency. So certain key initiatives and strategies that India has taken, I will take you through from a legislative measure and the institutional frameworks for that matter. First, we have the Information Technology Act. So this particularly has provisions that establishes critical entities such as your CERT, as well as your NCIRPC, which is a National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center in the country, that plays a pivotal role in handling and responding to cyber incidents to the critical internet infrastructure. Then we also have a Defense Cyber Agency, which is an additional level. Then moving forward, we have the National Cyber Reference Framework that came out very recently in 2024, which offers guidance to organizations to establish a robust cybersecurity architecture. Now, this from a national perspective, we also have sectoral regulations and guidelines that, for example, in the banking sector, we have RBI, which is the Reserve Bank of India, and they mandate compulsory cybersecurity training for the senior management as well as board members of banks. Then within the telecom sector, right, a lot of the devices that we're getting, we need to make sure they're sourced from a trusted source. So the government mandates that there has to be an induction of trusted and security certified products in the networks, and the guidelines are also determined by the government. So you mentioned IoT. IoT, the proliferation is increasing. It's tremendous deployment in the country now. So how are we monitoring and making sure that we have a complete picture of visibility into the landscape of IoT deployments in the country? And then that is where trusted telecom becomes very important, trusted components. But we can't do all of this without awareness. We have something called ICEA program, which is Information Security Educational Awareness Program. That is for the entire country. It's free of cost. You can train yourself. And something that has happened very recently is that we've had the National Annual Cyber Exercise for all critical sectors to be aware of what's happening with respect to cybersecurity and train themselves. So and this, I think, these among other inputs, I'm sure Mr. Monojit will be highlighting a few more, has ensured that in the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index, earlier India was at the 47th rank, but right now we're on the 10th rank and we have been recognized as a Tier 1 country, which I think is an incredible example of how when you start prioritizing cybersecurity initiatives, there is a tremendous change that you can see. But I also feel like it is not just the government, it is a significant work that the private sector also has to do. So just in the last couple of years, we have seen almost 300 plus companies come up in the country looking at cybersecurity solutions and services. And I work as a program manager in a company called CloudSec that does a lot of threat intelligence and external threat monitoring. And you will be surprised to know that as per their findings, you'll be surprised to know that, can you maybe guess what sector is most impacted or which sector has had most amount of cyber attacks? It's the education sector, not banking, not healthcare. So, that highlights the critical point that we need visibility into the threat landscape. We need visibility into who are the threat actors, what are their motives, as well as, and what are the strategies that we currently have to ensure that we make targeted strategies sectoral or from a national perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Hita, for this wonderful points you have highlighted. I still remember about national cyber framework you have just highlighted, the national cyber architecture. Dr. Minojit, how do you deal as government? How do you deal with the implementation of this very interesting framework?
Ahita has already highlighted majority of the facts, but I'd like to give you a perspective that I have managed to acquire through my experience. Uh, Initially, I was in private sector working with Quick Heal antivirus company. Then I moved on to academia to learn, and I did my PhD on the same topic of internet governance. Then I moved on to pursue my law, wherein focusing on large aspect of cyber law. And then now I am part of Center for Joint Warfare Studies. It functions under headquarter IDS. It's under the Ministry of Defense. So my point of discussion here is that, cyber security today, courtesy how Aita highlighted that our position in the ITU index coming from 46 and 40 or 47 to 10th is because the significant development we have done. Today we are courtesy that again sometimes brings debate whether whether the move was good or not, bringing private players to give in data at a very cheaper rate. Today we enjoy one of the cheapest internet data. Like for example, you can consider less than $4 a month or round about to less than $5 a month, you get per day 2 GB of data, which is huge. And so that creates a lot of data, user data that can be metadata, which can be used for multiple purposes. And today, if you can map a user, it will not be difficult to find out his whereabouts using that. But my main suggestion or like a discussion here is that when we talk about the best practices, we need to incorporate that cyber security and national security is not just today rely only on critical infrastructure, but also the other structures as well. Like for example, the submarine cables, which is again, it's other format. Like you see the emerging players, like for example, Starlink, the lower Earth orbit satellites, which we are not discussing at that openly, but that it becomes a big challenge to us because it involves multiple agencies and also potentially ruining the bilateral relation. When I mean in this case is that suppose you see the scenario when low Earth orbit satellite, or whether it is Starlink or any other company, that the space debris is caused, it can impact the other space objects that are there. So what can be the repercussion in this? So not only we are going to have a tough time clearing the debris, but at the same time we are going to have a strained relationship between the bilateral, which again going to ruin the relations, not just digitally, but also in the physical. Among the countries. But at the same time, you see, internet or the technology at large, we are trying to fix it in the form of a like a soft power diplomacy as well. Today, Indian government releases a large number of scholarships in form of ICCR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. So we have this specific support to African countries through African scholarship scheme and also general scholarship for overseas as a part of soft power diplomacy. Now, understanding the importance of cybersecurity, and as you know, diplomacy plays a key role in ensuring the national security. We have been giving us a very high number of scholarships for studying computer security only. I mean the cyber security. Similarly, we have a dedicated program of ITech. So in the through ITech, it's again under the Ministry of External Affairs Division. We train the foreign, I mean the friendly countries IT experts who are working with the government. So just to ensure the best practices are shared among us. And at the same time, I'd like to also share that the gap in understanding the legislation, the existing legislation. My colleague Eita pointed out that the IT Act, assert, establishments are there, but they do lack a coordinated approach because the elements of cybersecurity or the acts are transnational. We need a thorough coordination and collaboration with all other partner countries, because the origin of a server, it can be established with someone with whom we don't have an extradition treaty. Suppose, for example, even we can to trace it, the location to be somewhere, but we don't have an extradition treaty. How do we do that? So we need a very coordinated approach, and again acknowledgement of regional bodies, or for example if we take the example of NATO, or you see International Criminal Court, many countries don't recognize it. Taking cases of other incidents, when you have a person blacklisted or he's under the arrest list, that he will be arrested or prosecuted, but the other countries don't comply to that. So how do we focus on it? So considering this all the or hindrances that we have, I feel that we need to focus on some converging areas which all the countries who don't really agree to this point, whether they're signatory to such extraditions or not, but can agree to minimum points that includes, like for example, preventing child pornography. Like this few topics that are convergence to everyone, everybody will agree, while others may be of the national interest which they not agree, like for example cyber offense to another countries, because there is no mention of a threshold. Like if you see today, uh, United States and NATO, they say that if at all there is an attack on the critical infrastructure, they will be retaliating in full scale. But they don't explain that where is the threshold to it, like into what sense. So with this, I'd like to pass on, so that the next when you come across, I can share a little more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Minojit, for your insights, actionable plans, and collaborations in the multi-stakeholder approach is really essential, I mean, to tackle these issues. Before to give you the floor, Paula, to talk to us about how international organizations and more specifically GIZ support these mechanisms, let me introduce our online speakers, Lily, who might be recorded as well. So can you just share, please, the video, Lily?
Everyone, my name is Lily Adinamboche, and I'm excited to be joining you today online. And this is one of the reasons why we are so thankful for the gift of the internet. And like I mentioned, my name is Lily. I'm originally from Ghana, but I'm a PhD candidate in IT at the University of Cincinnati. And so for a topic like this one, I love to share from a point of interest, which is my interest in privacy, because that is what my dissertation is about. But I started an analogy to get us to understand what it is we're talking about, because usually when we talk about cybersecurity, sometimes it feels far-fetched and it looks as though it's only something that people and technology should care about. So I'm going to start with this analogy and move from there. So imagine walking to a very busy market, right? And every shopkeeper locks up their stall and their portion of the market. At the end of the day, that is not just to protect their goods only, it also to ensure that the whole market remains a safe space for commerce or for business. Think about it. You lock your space, it's secure, then the whole market probably is locked up. If it's an open market, you put everything away so nobody comes in to be able to steal from you, right? Now, think about this as maybe the cyberspace and this global market, which is our generation, our time, and this revolution where everything is characterized by digital tools. So in this space, there is data, not goods, that is traded. So it's not just like physical goods. We have like real data that has been sent across many networks. Many things are happening. So just like this single unlock store in a market can probably jeopardize the whole market, it looks like what that cybersecurity looks like, or when it comes to the compromises, it's the same way that if you don't protect a very small part of what you are supposed to take care of, it can lead to a breakdown of the whole. So for instance, somebody gets into a particular spot in the market and can come and can go through and join another or enter another shop. It means that everything is being replicated. So when we talk about the cyberspace, cybersecurity in relation to national security, it means it called for this stakeholder angle. And usually we say it's kind of repetitive, but really that is what it is. Everybody plays a role in it to ensure that the collective is actually very protected. So now how do we see that what I've described really merges with our cybersecurity world? So the question I'm going to be answering now is, how do we see this cybersecurity measure with national security in a data-driven age? And it's one of our policy questions. So in this data-driven age, cybersecurity is also a big part of national security. And the reason being that governments now depend on data to protect borders, to conduct diplomacy, and manage critical infrastructure. This is very true. So the threats no longer come in solely from physical attacks at all, but also from invisible actors, from people online, and they exploit all of these vulnerabilities in the networks, and it can come from anywhere. Usually even misinformation that we see on different platforms can lead to people doing things that can literally jeopardize national security. So from things like ransomware that is crippling hospitals, to disinformation campaigns, to targeting elections, to cybersecurity breaches, all of these have the potential to, in essence, destabilize an entire nation, right? And that is why this conversation is important. So cybersecurity really merges with national security when safeguarding data becomes as critical as protecting the physical assets. So when you're protecting your borders, you have to also think about what is a national defense strategy. And that could include some things that would make sure that your country is safe, both online and offline. So some of these things include just being proactive in protecting the online assets you have so that you can prevent attacks and anything that can undermine sovereignty and public trust. You want to take proactive steps towards it. So in that sense, I also want to go to answer the topic of what the intersection is between policy and security in the cyberspace. So policy and security are two sides of the same coin in the cyberspace world, right? And policies establish the framework for behavior, for accountability, and resource allocation. And security, on the other hand, enforces that these frameworks through technology, or it enforces the framework through technology and practice. So that's what it looks like. And policies guide how we share threat intelligence, how we regulate encryption standards, and how we set even penalties for cyber crimes. In essence, what is the penalty? Somebody does something wrong. And then at this intersection, we need the effective collaboration between policymakers and security experts to ensure that the regulations are both realistic and enforceable. And in that sense, you don't just pick anything and use in your country. You have to make sure that there are systems in place for it. And there are people who also have expertise to be able to implement them. And when we are talking about one of our policy questions that deals with how do we improve synergy to enhance cybersecurity legislation in the Global South, as somebody from the Global South myself, I feel like this is a burning topic and something that is really important. And policymakers have to pretty much redouble their efforts in this area. And all of us are playing a role to be able to have this conversation started. So in this area, there's an improving synergy in the global south, which requires addressing three key areas. One of the very first one is capacity building. We've been talking about it a lot, but very much important. We are equipping, how do we equip policymakers and institutions with the technical knowledge to craft informed legislation? Do they know what's happening in the cyber world? Can they bring expertise even to their policymaking space? And then there's also another critical area, which is the public-private partnership. So we have to encourage a collaboration between government, the private sectors, and civil society to leverage diverse expertise and resources. And another very crucial one is regional cooperation. So in that case, we'll be fostering cross-border alliances to share best practices and respond to threats that do not threats that really maybe cause national boundaries to pretty much be at risk, right? And so all of these would be linked to international support and funding for these initiatives to ensure that they create foundation for sustainable improvement in cybersecurity legislation. I think there's another question about, in our policy question that detailed what is the defining base of parameters for shaping inclusive cyber laws and prioritizing digital security in national security policies. I know there are many countries, many times we said as Africans or spoken about the Malabo Convention and spoken about how countries haven't ratified it, despite the importance of cybersecurity, right? But when we are building some of these inclusive cyber laws, we must prioritize accessibility, especially in the area of making it applicable and understanding to all citizens and not just only people who are technical experts, right? And we also have to look at equity in the sense that we have to address the digital divide so that marginalized groups are not disproportionately impacted by cybersecurity measures. And then we also have to think about resilience and even the ability to bounce back. And a big part for me, like I said, I love privacy. So we also have to ensure that there is that balance between security and individual rights so that we avoid any overreach and build public trust. And so with all that I've said, there is a need for us to emphasize all of these principles, taking into consideration humans, what we have as our national assets, what we have as our online assets and expertise so that people understand that this is something that we are collectively doing and everybody should be a part. So in our digital age, security is no longer just about locked doors and guarded borders. It goes way beyond that. It also includes what we do online. It includes fostering collaboration and building frameworks to protect both individuals and nations. And one person saying one thing online, if not checked, can cause to chaos. And sometimes you've seen all of these upheavals coming up without any repercussions, but it's time for us to rethink it. So by treating cybersecurity as an integral part of national security, especially in our global south countries in Asia, in Africa and whatnot, we can create a resilient, inclusive policy or policies that safeguard our collective digital future. I hope this gives some light to some of the discussions we're having and gives that intersection, like we call it the Venn intersections between what we have as national security and cybersecurity. Thank you so much. And I hope you do have a good time interacting with the rest of our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily, for your presentation. I have to tell you that Lily is one of the very active working youth coordinator to bring youth into the internet governance ecosystem. Before to move to Paula, Kazan, if you may prepare yourself to tell us a little bit about how legislation or how what does legislation play in strengthening the nexus between cybersecurity and national security in Tanzania. Allow me to give the floor to Paula to tell us a little bit more about how does international organization can contribute to support the mechanism towards financial assistance or capacity building program, whatever anything it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jose. And maybe just to open up my perspectives on the topic, hope you can hear me. Yes, just open up my perspectives on the topic. When it comes to cybersecurity, I always try to think, what is the end goal? okay, we're protecting infrastructure, we're protecting systems, we're protecting this data, but what is the end goal? And for me, the end goal is trust. Trust in the systems, trust that the data that I'm seeing is correct data, trust that the data that is available to me has not been tampered with. So we put across all these measures, all these controls, because we want to be able to trust the systems and want to be able to trust the data that we're getting from these systems. In the context of national security, obviously every country has to define what is critical infrastructure to them based off of their culture, based off of their needs, and really an assessment of what's important to them. And so for the government to be able to trust whatever systems they are using, for instance, if it's like from the perspective of the health sector, trusting that data in order to make informed decisions, we need to put in place cybersecurity controls and cybersecurity measures. And that's where, for me, I see the link between cybersecurity and national security, meaning it's one side of the same coin, so to say. You can't have one without the other in this current data-driven age. But in terms of what international organizations can do to enhance the cybersecurity posture, I'll refer to, so GIZ has a program called Global Cybersecurity Program, and there's a particular project called Partnership on Strengthening Cybersecurity, which is funded by the German Federal Foreign Office. This particular project is working and collaborating with the various partners to enhance cybersecurity across the globe and specifically for the African continent. There has been a lot of progress. For instance, if you look at the ECOWAS region, the ECOWAS region just recently adopted 3 CBMs, confidence building measures, and these CBMs really are to the context of the region itself. And so the partnership between GIZ and between ECOWAS is really to enhance cybersecurity in that region and improve the rates of, or rather reduce the rates of cybercrime. One of the things that has been done is really to capacitate the policymakers with an understanding of what cybersecurity is. So there's a lot of discussions around cyber diplomacy, ensuring that the member states are able to interact and cooperate with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which was one of the first to have the CBMs. So you see that there's a lot of cooperation that's happening, and this is where international organizations can come in to partner with various member states to ensure that cybersecurity posture is enhanced. I think Yita had mentioned the issue to do with having an understanding of the threat landscape and the data to make informed decisions. I like to think about cybersecurity more from the cyber risk management perspective, because it's almost impossible to ensure that there's 100% cybersecurity. And so sometimes you have to weigh, okay, what are we able to do? There's trade-offs that are going to happen. What are we able to do? What can we do in the next few years? And you identify what's really critical for you or what's high risk, and then you address those issues. So another form of collaboration that I would say is happening between GIZ and the ECOWAS region is to enhance the ECOWAS region's threat data pool, to understand what their assets are, what the vulnerabilities are, and just try to improve how they make decisions based off of the risk management that will come from a cybersecurity perspective.
Thank you, Paula, for sharing this wonderful point and initiative that we wish youth can have also the opportunity to work in. Kazan, can you tell us about what is going on in Tanzania in terms of cybersecurity and how to deal with these challenges? We will also have our last speaker online, Sumaila, who should also be speaking about how can decentralized digital solutions enhance national security. If so, how? And then we will open the floor to the audience to ask questions. Kazan, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. It's quite a pleasure to listen to the different nuances that have been shared by my previous speakers. When we delve into the question at hand, the critical intersection of cybersecurity and national security in today's data-driven world, it's more than a Tanzanian question. I think it's all global, just like the internet, because the digital age has already connected us in a very unimaginable way. But these connections do come with a lot of vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities transcend borders, institutions, and, even generations, because we do have almost 60 years with the internet now. We need to start by acknowledging that the reality, the boundaries are blurred between cybersecurity and national security. A single vulnerability, like, example, the Log4j flaw, can expose a lot of government data and disrupt critical infrastructure, but in the end, jeopardize citizens' safety. As they say, the weakest element in any cybersecurity chain is the user. Its importance when we build our solutions around the person, people-centeredness. So cybersecurity is no longer just a technical issue, but it is a matter of national resilience. Consider Tanzania now. We have a very youth-driven population, and they're vulnerable to phishing and online scams. And many people are being exploited in terms of the financial systems, and the core element of understanding and literacy still does not exist. We see countries like Nigeria, also in India, where there's large-scale problems with big attacks on biometric databases, which have raised a lot of national security concerns. And both these issues are tied to a lot of human and institutional behaviors. So to understand the connections between the human and institutional behaviors, we see they align directly to how the user might interact with the system, hence cause the risk. It's important when we bridge the gaps. In terms of the policy intersections, I think where the cyber and security initiative meet is in areas of critical infrastructure, because cybersecurity policy operates now at intersections of very many competing resources. Example, protection of individual rights, like the privacy and freedom of expression issue, is mostly part of the cybersecurity question. Protecting also the critical infrastructure like power grids, financial systems, and the digital backbone infrastructure of many nations. And also ensuring national sovereignty, because a lot of national resources are also protected online in these globalized area of digital threats. So in Tanzania, we do have a cybersecurity role that has become operational since 2020, and a lot of people have been pulling towards the understanding of what it really means to protect their resources, their platforms, and their processes. But it has been highly connected to the different regional cyber acts like the Malabo Convention, but also the EU Act, in creating more sustainability and cross-border interoperability of the data, because to protect oneself, we need to have a good understanding on how trust is shared cross-border. And one of the best practices we have been exploring involve the building of cyber resilience, because to strengthen cybersecurity and national security, we need to prioritize critical strategies such as security by design, use of open source decentralization, but also education and inclusion. And because policy and systems must be embedded with a security angle from the start, incorporating encryption, but also regular checking and quality assessments on the systems, but as well as the people's understanding. Think of it like building a house with fireproof materials instead of throwing the sprinklers when the fire starts. It's good when you have prevention, because prevention is always better than cure. Decentralized systems are also harder to compromise. Example, new technologies such as blockchain with good, transparent, and decentralized enhanced security can also be applied. And applying these principles of decentralization to national infrastructure could mitigate a lot of points of failure to most systems. But in the end, literacy programs can help, especially for Africa with a youth tech-savvy population, to be prepared for threats and cyber security issues that happen, but also turn them into assets of fighting and protecting. Imagine a program which can train a lot of African youth, or the so-called Yahoo boys, to become ethical hackers and to see the bigger picture in building stronger systems. I think these practices are not just technical, they are cultural, and they require a big shift on how we see security, because security now in the digital world is a bigger question. It's a technology, property, and characteristics. Thank you.
You, Kardhan, for sharing your plans. I think we just missed it having your picture on the screen. Sorry. We wish to know who is behind. I mean, the screen talking about such interesting points. So for the next stage, for sure, we will wish to have you as a video speaker, please. Now we will move to Samaila. If you can please tell us about how can decentralized digital solutions enhance national security, and if so, how?
Thank you so much for throwing the mic to me at this point. I think, but just before I go into my own comments, I would say the speakers before me have done an excellent job. Um, I think issues around the use of cyber norms or confidence building measures, and even understanding the impact of emerging technology it's critical in this conversation. But I just want to add that, when we talk about this topic, cybersecurity and national security, you realize that it's really from the angle of diplomacy that most of these issues are even political than they are actually technology based or people focused, in fact. And so what that means is that the bulk of the efforts lies in the government. The issue there is, what is the priority for the government? Are they people who are intellectual, young enough to think of the future? And so are they more focused on governance, or are they more focused on building power? Because that will determine to a large extent where their priorities lie. And if you talk about efforts, whether in Nigeria or even regionally, I think Paula mentioned ECOWAS, and when you talk about ECOWAS now, the number is about to drop in January, right? So, what are the confidence building measures that have been adopted or used in the last, let's say, 18 months, when there have been some rifts in the region, to douse tensions and make sure that there's better collaboration? So I feel like if you now compare that with what happens in Europe, where there's been collaboration for decades, and there's trust, there's information sharing on a very high scale and things like that, you see that the results speak for themselves. And so I think that's a huge missing piece regionally, especially from the West African or African perspective. And so for me, there's a cap on what private sector or civil society or end users can do. But now let me go back to my own question, which again is a similar answer in the sense that whatever you're building may still be limited by government or may still be at the mercy of the government. If you talk about solutions, you look at how certain governments are more focused on things like maybe surveillance, for instance, or they're always looking for ways to breach people's privacy, as opposed to maybe funding a national program on cybersecurity awareness, or even, in fact, even improving the budgets for academia to make sure we build digital skills and cybersecurity skills on a larger scale. But I would say at national level, there are centralized approaches that have been taken, and I think a bit similar to India from what one of these earlier speakers had mentioned, where there's a structure in place to have what we call emergency response teams in different sectors, from the telecom sector to the banking sector, moving for the government agencies and the defense industry as well, which helps when you also now have a coordinating body called the National Cyber Security Coordination Center. So it gives a bit of structure, and then when you add in things like relevant laws, and you empower the regulators, you give them the capacity and you build their skills so that they are able to actually give the right directions to the organizations within their remit, then they're able to build a certain level of resilience for the country at the central level. Because at the end of the day, it's always good to have direction. We've seen cases where there are laws or there are agencies being built up, but there's no structure on, for instance, who do people report incidents to, or if you notice something wrong in terms of cybersecurity, who do you report it to, or who coordinates the response to those issues? So it's very important that the structure in place makes sense. There's a very important need for a link between academia, civil society, and end users. A lot of the times, these groups of people feel left out simply because sometimes it seems as if even the government itself targets, civil society and end users, or while or academia might feel like they don't get enough funding. Some countries don't have a good R&D culture. I'm just trying to. I keep saying some countries because I don't want to specify a particular country. But yeah, and even the private sector often feel like government is just on their tools to tax them or to stress them to a level. So I feel like the direction the government takes plays a huge role about these issues. And like I said earlier, for me, these issues are usually more political and rely on diplomacy than they are about technology itself. At the end of the day, if you have leaders who do not understand the criticality and even the devastation that can be caused when security is not taken seriously, or cybersecurity in particular is not taken seriously, then you will find your country languishing in so many kinds of issues. I think I'll yield the mic at this point, so we can move on to the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaila, for sharing with us this very interesting perspective. And we all know that this, discussion is very sensible, and we have so many challenges to address together in collaboration. Now I will open the Q&A to have questions from the audience, and hopefully our distinguished panelists will be able to answer these questions. So who might be the first? Yeah. Can you just introduce yourself and ask the question, please?
I'm Srinath Govindarajan from the European Law Students Association, and I specialize in international law. And my question is targeted towards India, but I would appreciate a global perspective on it too. So, the Talent Manual on cyber attacks is largely undecided on what critical infrastructure is. And when you look at regional powers, does India view its neighbors and ever coming to an agreement on what CIs are in the future? It's a blanket question.
Thank you for your questions. I think I see Dr. Manajitu is always ready to answer kind of questions. Or perhaps Ihita, you wish to go for it? Thank you.
Although my views will be mine, it's not the stand of the government. But the very first line you said, is very important. That it's nothing is, constructive, or nothing, is fixed. As I mentioned, if you can kindly recollect, that if you see, even the threshold for a cyber war is not defined. Many countries, as I mentioned, that they have the provision written very much clearly that we will retaliate in a full scale if at all any war is raised on our critical infrastructure. But to at what point? Because we have seen Office of the Personal Management, the US's data got breached and what in a large scale, but still that was not. Again, we have seen Stuxnet attack that was in a very large scale. But then what exactly will be the highest threshold? And to your context of asking whether there will be trust, in cyberspace, you can't trust anyone. Whether any country who are, there were instances, five eyes spying on each other, whether it is a 10 eyes, every eyes will be spying on the other eye. Coming to this factor that, particularly if you talk about India, you will be aware that India is undoubtedly the world's largest democracy at this stage. There may be some questions that sometime calls it to be a one-sided. But given the large fact that internet-wise or data-wise, people are very largely connected to internet. You have to agree to this part, irrespective of the differences in opinion that may be circulating in the good morning messages that is very popular in India, the good morning culture. But if you see the problem that comes with democratic country like India is that the debate between initially during the earlier stages was a defense versus development, when one section used to say focus on defense, other section used to focus on development. There is a huge gap, and that outcome you see, you will experience it today. But today the debate largely lies on privacy versus security. So at one side, the government urges that if you want a total privacy security, then in some cases you have to give the control to us. Like in what happens when you see your building infrastructure, you just, or a society at large, you see, we have not just the security personnel outside the premises, but inside also we have the armed guards. So connecting that with cybersecurity. So in a case like when I have my medium scale or large scale enterprise, if I want myself to be secured from a transnational threat that origins from another country, in somehow if I wish my government to safeguard me, like how we give control to third party softwares or third party companies to audit our firm, to have a third party firewall, so we have to give the same liberty for the government to come inside and to have a control on that, so that even they can save. But at the same time, when it is a government enterprise, you see, we will have that inner thought between whether they are going to make the data go against us or not. So that apprehension, because cyber skepticism is still alive. In one of the other panel also, I was hearing that very senior researcher who still believes that AI is not very much popular. Uh, and where AI doesn't have potential, like you see, to disrupt the proceedings. But it is seen, cyber has the potential to disrupt. That's why Stuxnet happened. So we have to realize that cyber holds potential. There is to be people who are researchers, the very culture of doing a selfie like this, and these people have, managed to draw the fingerprint, and, through silicon printing, they have managed to unlock phones. So nothing is impossible. It's possible, but there's the same argument I'd like to put. And since you are focusing more on international law, I'll also like to request to let things come from your side as well, the challenges that does exist. Suppose, for example, the submarine cable breakouts that are happening nowadays, it forms a very critical layer. But the talks are there. If at all submarine cable, then who is handling? It's the Navy, the naval forces. Then again, it comes to the Ministry of Defense. So the Ministry of Defense coming and securing the submarine level, then where is Ministry of IT? Because in every country almost, the ministries are different. There is nowhere a coordination that talks about the Ministry IT will be focusing on Ministry of Defense and guiding them what they will do. Because the bureaucratic hassle everywhere, they will be, no, it's my job, I am the superior, then it comes the cadre, and then it comes the services. Everywhere there's a different framework altogether. So we need to understand this, and that's why even if you talk about the lower orbit satellites, it's going to be disruptive for sure. So we need to focus on this international dimension. And okay, so I'll not take much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We do face interlinked issues. I think it's also important to hear from the perspective of African, how do you call sites. And I wish to hear from Kazan. How do you deal with the local cultural issues and challenges that address critical infrastructure, cyber attacks? Kazan, are you around?
Yes, I am. And thank you for your question. To be honest, we are still at a very entry phase in building critical infrastructure. And this is not just for Africa, it's mostly for the world. We're still tied within these paradigms of global north or global south issues, but the cybersecurity context is always about the person. So if we center it around the person, then we can get the nuances of the cultural element. Example, in Tanzania, we're still building our infrastructure. We're still shaping how our infrastructure will be enabled, especially being a young country. It means that it's the youth who will be the actual utilizers, and they will get the context if they're based on principles. But the principles of cybersecurity and security should be the same for any human being. You're protecting your resources for the best interest in terms of utility and passing it on in terms of sustainability to the next generation. So our culture is highly around the issue of people-centeredness. We create, curate, and disseminate based on the interest of the specific person. And we want first our demographic to be literate in terms of using the resources that are available in a place where still there's a big population that still has no basics of computing or digital literacy in itself. Security by design and a competent civil service or policy element that is people-centered and understands the nuances of the culture are important. And I think this is for any country or every country. So in Tanzania, we are still based on the same element that collectively build, but also collaboratively enhance the knowledge of the people in understanding the core pillars of security, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of all the resources in their best interest. Those are my remarks.
To have to take one more questions from the on-site participation and then open the floor to our speakers to answer these two questions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Katie Noyes. I'm from the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. And first, I want to convey my appreciation. This has been an unbelievably informative session, so thank you. So my question is, hearing a lot about I think the shared approach to cybersecurity, national security, and that intersection, do you feel like we are adequately sharing globally the indicators of compromise and the threat side? Do you think there's more work that could be done there to make sure we're making it more difficult for our global adversaries who are targeting all of our networks?
Thank you so much for your questions, but we also wish to hear from you as a U.S. perspective, and how do you deal with national security?
Yes, I think that's an incredible question, and yes, there you are. So we'd love to hear from you, of course, but this just one thing I wanted to highlight is when you look at from a cybersecurity, a threat intelligence perspective, all of us tend to focus on the indicators of compromise. But there's something called indicators of attack, which is more proactive. So when you look at a cyber kill chain, right, you have, let's say, at the reconnaissance stage when you're gauging the entire threat landscape, then you'll have an initial attack. Once you have some initial entry into the chain or in the ecosystem, and finding the exact initial attack vector, your indicator of attack, it makes a lot of difference because a compromise is post. So sharing best practices and ensuring that we have like a repository or data around what are the potential indicators of attack will ensure that there is more visibility, not just from a national perspective, even sectoral for that matter. Maybe I'd like to hear from you if you want to add something to this. Yeah.
Yes, I think so. From the FBI's perspective, absolutely, I agree with you. Looking at and going back, the only challenge I think, and this is where the public-private partnership becomes so important, is that many times it's really taken a lot of work for us. I love that you all use the word trust because I think that's really what this all comes down to. And so building the trust with also our private sector companies that we're here for them to protect them, but that way they feel comfortable sharing when they've actually had attacks. And of course, that's how we're seeing a lot of this. And then we can go back and, I'll use a US term, but reverse engineer or go back to look for what were the attack indicators. I think that's right. And that's why I wanted to find out. I'm not sure we've connected specifically with those of you around the table and online, with our African nation partners to make sure we're connected and we're sharing those best practices and those indicators of attack and, the compromise as well, so that we are, again, tightening, because I think what we're also finding is there are global advanced persistent threat actors, there are global criminal enterprises, and they're targeting all of our networks because for financial, we all have financial resources, we all have defense resources. And so I feel like I'm not sure we've knitted the cybersecurity community globally. So I wanted to hear from you and your perspectives. Do you feel that way? I can definitely see some room for growth after hearing your perspectives. And so, just want to make sure we're doing our part.
I just want to add to that from my experience in the private sector and So I worked in the financial services industry, and I'll give an example of what would normally happen. So for instance, this weekend, Bank A experiences a cyber incident. 2 days later, it's going to be Bank B experiencing the same type of cyber incident with the same modus operandi. 3 days later, the next bank, and so on and so forth. And the biggest challenge we identified there was that we didn't have a community of sharing information. And when we would bring this up to the regulator, the collective issue was that there was no guiding principle on how we'd be able to share this information. Mostly with the private sector, if you share information like that, the worry is that it's going to go out to the public and the public will know you've been hit, and then you're going to lose your reputation and things like that. So if we have a guideline of sharing threat intel that would still safeguard the company, I think would see more organizations coming forth and reporting these incidents. I also just wanted to add that there is an organization called Shadow Saver, and they work with different governments and countries and certs to share threat intelligence across the globe. So you could plug in with them, and then they'll be able to share what they're seeing from their end to ensure that your understanding of the threats that are coming to you is better enhanced.
We would like to hear more and more, because the reputation is known, I mean, worldwidely, and we wish to know, how do you collaborate with the stakeholders, and especially private sector, making sure that that is protected, but security is a national concern that everybody has to contribute to.
Yeah, so great questions. And that's why I asked
sort of your perspective on how we're working with you, but certainly in the international space, we're very active. But let me tell you sort of how we do it domestically and regionally, because I love that you all shared those perspectives. For us, I think what we're really finding is you sort of can't have enough representation. And for us, that's at the national level. So we're also trying to influence policy and development and make sure that the threat intelligence, as well as sort of all of the designs around critical infrastructure, that they're all factored. And I loved what one of you mentioned. I apologize, I don't remember, but you said you need to have sort of technical literacy with your policymakers. So we're at that strategic level. And then internationally also trying to share it. That's why I'm here, by the way, is we're getting more active in the standards bodies to try to bring this perspective into it. But separately, we even go out down to our field office level. We have 55 field offices, and we have this group called InfraGuard. And the whole design behind InfraGuard was to bring private sector partners that are local to our offices into the fold and be able to share with them what we're learning even from the international community, down to, okay, here's how to protect your business. We do a ton of public service announcements where we're going out. In fact, I know many of you, I was going to ask this, I know you're hearing about Salt Typhoon, our recent targeting of our telecommunications industry. We just, have been going out with messaging over the last week and a half to share again, the threat intelligence side of that, and then giving guidance on how to protect. So I think that's an area too, where we're going out to our international partners to say, are you also seeing this type of vector, this type of targeting, this type of presence in the networks, and what that looked like? And if you are or are not, what were the actions that were taken? And again, how do we make sure that there can be detection? And I think that's a huge part of this. I don't know if I adequately answered your question. I was just trying to give you a flavor for how we kind of take it, as you all said, from the local to the regional to the national to the international. And I think that's the most important thing. And I think you've all said it here too. There's a bottom-up approach to cybersecurity, and there's a top-down. And we have to make sure that those are intersecting in the most meaningful ways. And it is difficult. I say it sounds so easy to say the problem, but it is very difficult in practice for all the reasons that you just said. You're right. saying that admitting that you have been attacked means you have admitted to vulnerability in the eyes of the private sector and possibly the erosion of trust in our citizens and our users. That is not what we want, but there has to be a little bit of openness to be able to ensure the next victim is not vulnerable and that there's, we stop the harm. But those are some of the local, groupings. And again, there are international forums. I'm not sure if I'll use the word routinized, like we've made it a part of always practice to just always go back to the default to share. Who needs to know this and how quickly can I get it to them?
Thank you so much. I always say openness and international access. I mean, information accessibility is essential. I mean, among stakeholders to be able to collaborate together to tackle these issues. We have just heard a perspective from the FBI and how these mechanisms work. Samaila, can you tell us how can we collaborate together to make sure that these challenges can be addressed in a multi-stakeholder or let's say international cooperation?
Thank you for the question. I would say there are quite a number of multi-stakeholder. Sorry, I can hear an echo. It's kind of distracting. But anyways, I would say there are quite a number of multi-stakeholder events and conversations. For instance, even the IGF is one of those discussions. There's the GC3B and some other ones. And I mean, personally, again, speaking for myself, personally, I think that these conversations can go on, but at the end of the day, what happens when it comes to implementation? I feel like sometimes because these tend to rely on government effort, it can be a problem because, for instance, when power changes from one government to the other, priorities may shift. We have people who may be heading certain agencies who may retire or who may be posted to other jobs. And so sometimes because the effort is usually sometimes on the person from a particular department or agency, when they leave, those efforts tend to either stall or even regress. But that being said, right? That being said, I think there's some promise in the sense that we see the effort of private sector. I mean, even Meta in Nigeria tends to do a lot around child online protection, anti-fraud efforts. We see a whole lot of nonprofits. I think Paula mentioned she's a mentor in the Cyber Girls program. There are so many other NGOs like Cyber Safe Foundation and the ones I'm part of that do a lot of things on digital literacy, on raising security awareness, engaging with governments when they are coming up with regulations and laws, helping to give the end user perspective to make sure that they are not just looking at it from maybe from the angle of how to surveil people and things like that. So everyone has a role to play, generally speaking. But like I said, after these conversations are had, the priority or the focus or the goal of the implementing people or organizations is what will usually take precedence. So if a law is, if for instance, they want to create a Data Privacy Act, but they are targeting maybe some funding that can be added to the law, it means that at the point of implementation, the goal will be to make sure that that funding does come in, not necessarily how do we guarantee data privacy, even though the law itself is data privacy law. So that's why I said a lot of these things tie back to the political and personal interests that drive it. But we can't give up as end users or as private sector or as professionals in the industry. We have to keep pushing, keep speaking out on what should be, hoping that these things will come into play. From a practical perspective, I would say a key thing is to fix the education curriculum, fix the infrastructure deficit. Within our region, there's a lot of what we call digital divide or digital illiteracy, and if people can't come online or they can't afford devices or they don't have, access to even networks at all, then how do they come into the picture or how do we bring them to this conversation? how do we even make them part of the global economy, for instance, to earn internationally and things like that. So I think we need to start from the basics. We need to get to a point where infrastructure itself is good, where the necessary funding is put toward things like academia, instead of just a fraction of the budget, a sizable chunk goes to those things. And we build an R&D culture where, it's second nature to do research, to come up with products, from scratch within the continent, not just relying on what comes from outside. I mean, we have open source things that can be leveraged as well. So I think if we take the conversation from this perspective, as the global south, then it helps us to build capacity as a whole, as a region, as a country. And then from there, even your citizens tend to benefit from the economic side of things. I think those are my ideas on how we can move things forward and collaborate.
Thank you, Samaila, for addressing this important collaboration between the global south and the global north. Dr. Manajit, if we consider the FBI's ambition to collaborate, what could be the 3 points on which we can work on the top of the list?
Addition by our esteemed, I'd like to say now you are more part of our speaking panel only. You have added a very new dimension. Let us be onto the reality that relation between India at large and US has been very cordial, given the few instances that has happened geopolitically, whether you live in 1971, 1999. But trust, when you talk about trust in terms of cyber security, you see big giants like Meta, Google, they have a agreement with the US government that bounds them to share the information, or at large the data. But where we attempted the same with one of our startups, we failed miserably. And that attempt was largely highlighted by the so-called the West to ensure India is trying to bring on surveillance, but in another way, because whenever we attempted anything from our side, we never got that same support. Just to ensure that monopoly or duopoly from the West is never harmed. We actually don't intend to harm anyone. All is that we want our indigenization, because we are really progressing and we attempt to do in that way. What I feel that a greater collaboration in terms of really trustworthy, when I mention this word trustworthy, it should be not in exchange of we support in exchange of data, but really we support the ideas of data localization. That can happen. Let the data be within us. If you need, you kindly request, and we are always ready. We have several exchange agreements, whether you starting from the agreement of supporting your ships in Lemoa, or we have all sort of agreements. We can do that, but not to take data from the other way around. I feel that digital cooperation, and certainly we have very flagship initiatives like of ensuring digital divide, or I'll like to say overcoming the digital, I'm sorry, that we have developed some applications that are by the Ministry of Education that calls the Anuvadini app. Like that translates, and I'm really happy to say, far better than even Google, to ensure the language, whatever India we speak English in a very high courtesy our population. So I feel this type of applications, we not only promote 22 languages of India, but also
other 9 and 10 overseas languages. So if this can be potential area of collaboration where we together can outreach this to our African brothers and sisters, so that they can get in touch, because you have the outreach, we have the product, and we can certainly do so. So this can be one. And other than in cyber security, as you mentioned, the APT, or advanced persistent threat. So I feel this is the one of the key area, because you see our neighborhood, Bangladesh, the Bangladesh bank highest, it remains by the so-called North Korean actors who did it. It remains unsolved. Like, it was not managed, if you can recollect kindly. So this type of, the collaborations can certainly help in preventing, because today India's money, or like every people in India, or every person at large will have a phone pay, Google Pay, or all sort of payment mechanism. Bhim government has announced. So we are largely dependent on mobile pay or QR everywhere. So just to ensure safeguarding in this line as well. So these three can be the one, and largely what through your embassy, the United States can do is undertake cybersecurity awareness as a key part, which otherwise does a very good work. Like the United States embassy has been very active in India promoting culture through your scholarship and other method. But I feel cybersecurity awareness can also be taken as a part, and we can do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Going back to the FBI, I mean, cyber issue is quite like climate change today. Is internationally our own common interest. We need to collaborate together. As we have been highlighting, I mean, point that we could collaborate to work on. From the FBI perspective, do you think we should have
international cybersecurity framework, or a bilateral cooperation can be enough to exchange or establish kind of capacity building programs, kind of initiatives to tackle these issues?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to my colleague from India. Those were great points. And I will actually take that back because our legal attaché, of course, there at the embassy could likely be very helpful to you. So we can make connection afterwards if you'd like. To answer the question, I think you need both. I think we need bilateral cooperation for those areas, like to bring this back to national security. Sometimes there are, certain things that are sensitive because it's, maybe targeted a very sensitive part of your critical infrastructure, and sharing could actually open up additional targeting or vulnerabilities to be identified. So I think there are certain times when bilateral cooperation, particularly in national security, is probably required. But more so than not, I think what you're getting at, and again, the colleague here as well, the financial systems part of this are ubiquitous. There are things, I love that word ubiquity. I don't know if it translates to everyone's language, but it's this idea of it's everywhere now, it's persistent. I think there's a ubiquity of certain things like financial services, I think like the applications for communication, where there's a great opportunity for international cooperation on really trying to understand and evaluate. And I think one of you mentioned it too, this idea of the intersection between privacy and security. I think everyone wants to make that about things like, and I'll say it from our point of view at the FBI, they want to make it, solely about encryption or solely about, as though that's it. And in reality, I think we all understand sometimes it's sort of security versus security, which is if you want absolute privacy, then that means there's absolute sometimes anonymity, right, of a person and all of their activities. I think that's where we're trying to find a little bit of balance and understanding so that we can make sure that users, whatever their level of digital literacy, and companies, whatever their level of productization, are thoughtful and deliberate about just making those decisions, where an individual going into a global common, it's such a powerful, wonderful thing, and it's huge for economies. I think you mentioned that for economies. It is, my colleague online. But there's now, I agree with the person who said, security is now the next real challenge. It's out there, it's real, and everyone's sort of paying attention now because there's been so much victimization at all levels, from individual to corporations and governments. So that's where I think the international piece has to play a more prevalent role. That's why I use that word routinization or routine. We have to make it a common fabric that we're consistently trying to make the opportunity smaller for our adversary. And there are a lot of ways to do that, but it is also one difficulty is we are in information overload from, I think, individuals. There's so much information hitting us every day, but also at the government level and probably certainly on the private sector side as they try to understand also the markets. So I do think it's complicated, but I think this is an area we have to really try, because we have to make the attack surface as small as we possibly can, and I feel like it's been growing out of control for a while. So anything we can do to shrink that would be welcome.
Thank you so much for sharing this very important point and for your presentation, let's say, because we have learned a lot from you, and we are eager to continue to learn more and more. I think we only have 3 minutes left, so I will be giving the floor to all the speakers. I mean, for 30 seconds to perhaps answer any questions you think, or for your closing remarks. So let's start with our distinguished Ihida.
All right, I'll keep it short. I think I appreciate the point around reducing the size of the attack surface. And given that we have so many emerging technologies coming in and the cyber security threats that they're posing, I think cyber security, we should have just started giving it a priority a long time ago. Given now that, especially with AI and IoT, and also the blockchain-based applications that are coming in, we have to be very cautious. The other thing I just want to address with respect to the different forums that are there, two that I've been engaged with in some capacity is the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. We have GFC, where a lot of organizations, including governments and private sector, come together to discuss best practices. Then we also have, for a more nuanced cyber issue discussion, is the APWG, which is the Anti-Phishing Working Group. I think these, and I'm sure there are a lot more if somebody would like to highlight. I think with this, I'd like to hand it over to my colleagues to close it.
I've really enjoyed the discussion today, and I think I've gotten a little more of understanding from the different perspectives, such as India and the USA. But in my closing, I just wanted to mention 3 points, which is cooperation, capacity building, and implementation. So from the perspective of cooperation, I think we can't deny the need for different regions, different partnerships to happen. For instance, from the perspective of GIZ, the Partnership for Strengthening Cybersecurity is a project that's really trying to ensure that all our partners have enhanced cybersecurity postures. I think the gentleman there had asked a question on international law in the cyberspace, and this year the African Union had adopted the common position on on application of international law in the cyberspace. And one of the things that they've been doing to ensure that member states in Africa build their capacity is to hold roundtable workshops where they can get different perspectives from the different member states and have that conversation, because it's very important. I was in one of the workshops, and a lot of conversations came up, but especially around data sovereignty. So there's a lot of conversations there. Okay, I see I'm being given time. But essentially, cooperation is very important. We can't deny that. Capacity building, we need to ensure that from the technical perspective, we have the capacity. From the policymakers, from the cyber diplomats, we have that capacity built. And lastly, implementation. I think Samaila had mentioned how important it is. That one we can't deny. We can talk, but if we don't implement, then we're not going to go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Paula. Ernest, let's say, Kazan, please, you have 10 seconds to tell us like about 2 points if possible. Yeah, don't left, please.
Yes.
Samaila.
Great. Thank you very much. I think for me, the most important part should be based on trust. That trust should be a principle that is building all of our security architecture and acts as well, policy. So when we have trust-based system, which are people-centered, I think we can have a good intersection between national and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kazan. Over to you, Samaila. 10 seconds as well.
Maybe I should just ask a question in my closing remarks. A lot of the times we find out that the attackers or the aggressors are governments. So what can we do? It's a question to all of us now. What can we do to reduce or even stop governments from attacking people with different political and other interests?
Is the question open to all, or addressed to perhaps the FBI may say anything?
No, to everyone. I can't just speak.
Yeah, thank you so much. Based on the experience,
Everyone.
I think the FBI can answer this question. So, Dr. Menajit, please, 10 seconds.
Terming it as a closing remark, but I'd love to make it as an opening path for our first, possible discussion henceforth, and as highlighted by our participants and a guest special invitee here, I consider. So I feel we can collaborate and at least have the common ground where we can convergence we have convergence and start focusing on that, because the largely cyberspace has become a tool for geopolitical aspect as well. So differences will be there, and that will be used for what you call surveillance, reconnaissance, whatever the other factor. But let us find some common ground as a part of convergence area, and we collaborate. And let's start from today once we are done with the session, and I feel there is more to it. That. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we conclude this insightful session on the vein intersection of cyber and national security, I would like to thank you, panelists, for your expertise, and all of you for your active participation. Today's discussion has highlighted the critical and growing overlap between cybersecurity and national agencies, emphasizing the urgent need for a stronger policy, innovative practices, and collaborative efforts to address the challenges we face in this digital age. Thank you, participants, and thank you, FBI, for your also participation in these very interesting discussions. Thank you so much, all. Group photo, please.
Good morning. I hear myself. If you put on a headset, you can hear me too. Hello. Do you hear me? 5. I hear myself.
I hear
Okay.
you.
I can hear you.
Okay. Good. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the joint session by the Dynamic Coalition on IoT and IS3C. This morning, we're going to focus on secure IoT and base that on best practices for resilient and secure IoT by design. IoT has been on the agenda of the IGF since 2008, and more work is done. At that time, there were more people online than devices. This is definitely the other way around today, and increased importance to also the use of IoT devices and networks and services in our environments has become true. Hence also the criticality of making sure it's more secure than before, because we rely on it more than before. So very short introduction because we only have an hour. DC IoT is developing global good practice for IoT. So finding a multi-stakeholder view on what that means, what that entails. And in very short, it comes down to Internet of Things good practice principle that we believe that Internet of Things good practice aims at developing IoT systems, products and services, taking ethical considerations into account from the outset. Legal is obvious, ethical hasn't always been that obvious, both in the development, deployment and use phases of the life cycle, thus to find the ethical, sustainable way ahead, using IoT to create a free, secure and enabling rights-based environment with a minimal ecological footprint, a future we want for us and our future generations. So this is where we're working towards, and we're very happy to work with IS3C, who has also done some work in the past, and we've done some work together before. I'm asking Wout Denatris, coordinator from IS3C, to shortly introduce the IoT activities of IS3C.
Thank you, Martin. My name is Wout Denatris, and I'm, as said, the coordinator of the Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition. We work in a few fields, and I'm not going to go into them, but I will mention them that you understand how broad our work is. We do security by design on IoT. We do education and skills in the tertiary cybersecurity sector, procurement for governance, data governance. We created tools, and we're going to do things on post-quantum encryption in combination with IoT. And that is what Nicholas Fumarelli, our working group 1 chair, and hopefully Elif Gizo-Cortez, our working group 9 chair, will be talking about. And we do that all with one specific goal, is making the internet more secure and by design, to make sure that security-related second generation internet standards are adopted by the industry to make us all more secure and safer. And thank you for the opportunity to introduce Martin.
Thank you, Wout, and thank you for assisting also for online moderation. Online questions are very welcome. We will only have an hour, so what we decided to do is to have 3 topics that we're going to talk about. The first topic is, so what are the current IoT security developments? A mini panel focused on that. The second one on data governance related to IoT. IoT is creating an enormous wealth of data, and they're dealt with in different ways how to do it well, also in context to privacy. And then last but not least, we also talk about emerging technologies and the impact on IoT governance. Without further ado, I'd love to introduce to you a lady who's at the core of these activities in the US, Renee Rowland from the FCC, who's been overseeing this work there and has been seeing that the US has created some standards and now also has the pleasure and honor of starting to exchange experiences with countries other than the US on mutual recognition and things like that. Renee, very welcome. After you, Nicolas from Morelli will speak, and then we'll have space for some questions. Renee, thank you for getting up at this amazing early hour for you. Respect.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for having me. And please let me know if my volume is high enough.
It's high enough.
Okay, good. Brene Rowland, Special Counsel at the Federal Communications Commission here in the United States. And as you said, I am leading the implementation of the Internet of Things Cyber Labeling Program, the U.S. Cyber Trust Mark. The Federal Communications Commission has established rules laying out the foundation and the framework for a voluntary cybersecurity program for wireless consumer IoT products. That happened in March of this year. And then in September, those rules became effective. Under this voluntary program, qualifying consumer smart IoT products will have a cyber label that's going to include the new U.S. Cyber Trust Mark that indicates to consumers that the product meets critical minimum cybersecurity standards. Now, the IoT products for our program include an IoT device and any additional product components, for example, a backend or gateway or mobile app that are necessary to use the IoT device beyond basic operational features. The device is a product that is internet connected, also capable of intentionally emitting radio frequency energy, as that is under our jurisdiction, and also capable of having at least one transducer for interacting directly with the physical world. So a sensor, for example, or an actuator, and at least one network interface for interfacing with the digital world. So an Ethernet or Wi-Fi or Bluetooth. So smartwatches, for example, smart light bulbs, baby monitors, etc., are included under our program. Now, while the product is defined as including data communication links to external components, it does not include external components or any external third-party components that are outside of the manufacturer's control. Under our program, the Commission is the program owner. However, the program will be supported by a lead administrator, who we recently announced a couple weeks ago as UL Solutions. They will be responsible for collaborating with stakeholders and with making a number of recommendations, most notably regarding standards and testings. We will also have cybersecurity label administrators that we call CLAs, responsible for the day-to-day management of the program, including accepting and reviewing and approving or denying the use of the trademark. We also just recently announced the selection of 10 CLAs for the program. And finally, we have part of the program, our cyber labs, that are going to be responsible for testing products to ensure manufacturers meet the program's requirements to use the label. Now, the products will display the U.S. Cyber Trust Mark and a QR code, and that QR code will direct the consumer to a decentralized, public available registry. And that registry will link to additional information that's consumer friendly about the securability of the product, such as how to change the default password, how to configure the device securely, etc. Excluded from our program are medical devices, motor vehicles, and there are a number of provisions that we have that address national security threats. NIST core baseline is 8425, serves as the basis of our IoT labeling program, along with the NIST 8259 series of reports that provide guidance for designing securable IoT products. Finally, the program recognizes that international harmonization of cybersecurity standards really brings an immense value to manufacturers. In that regard, we really have been meeting with a number of different countries over the past several months, learning about their respective labeling programs. We do have an arrangement with the EU to commit to achieving mutual recognition of our plans. And we're in the process of doing comparative analysis of our plans. We've been working closely with NIST in that respect on comparisons. Other countries, Singapore has also been very eager to begin comparative analysis of our plans once our standards and scope are in place. They, as you may know, have a cyber security labeling scheme for smart consumer products and have already stood up they're benchmarked up against the European Standards Organization and have some mutual recognition agreements with Finland and Germany. We have also met with a number of other countries, including Australia, Canada, Israel, India, Japan, Korea, New Zealand, and the UK. And we expect once our standards and scope are in place to move as expeditiously as we can on developing a mutual recognition of the FCC's IoT label, a recognition of international labels, and we look forward to continuing that dialogue. Happy to answer questions with respect to next steps. But we'll mention that we have kicked off a 90-day engagement stakeholder period that will begin in earnest after the holidays, during which time the lead administrator, in collaboration with the CLAs and other stakeholders, will submit recommendations to us, most notably the recommendations on developing technical standards and procedures for our program. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Thanks for that excellent layout. Two quick questions. One, is the public comment period, is that the public one, or is that restricted to certain bodies?
The 90-day stakeholder engagement process has not yet had a sort of an official start because of the holidays. We expect it to start in January, and we are working with the lead administrator right now on how we will ensure that there is a diversity of stakeholders engaged in the process. But we will also be putting out the recommendations from the lead administrator to the public, so the public has an opportunity to comment on them.
Thank you very much. And the other one is, you mentioned a lot of multilateral contacts. Is there also harmonization, or how do you call it, looking at the IEEE work on this area, etc., the global standards bodies?
Yeah, I think part of our coordination with NIST is to sort of start off the process with the EU, understanding that they're going to be working with the CRA, and then coming up with a process so that we can develop mutual recognition with the other countries as well. So I think we're trying to be as flexible as possible, keeping in mind the scope that we come up with.
Thank you very much for this. For now, we'll move on to Nicholas. Nicholas, you have been overseeing a lot of work on this for IS3C. What is your latest view and your input? Where are we and what's next?
Thank you so much, Martin, and good morning and afternoon, everyone, for the ones on site and online. My name is Nicolas Fiumarelli, chair of the DCI S3C, Working Group 1 on IoT Security by Design, and also the co-founder of IoT CyberSec Latin America and Caribbean. As mentioned by Wout, at IS3C, our mission is to ensure security becomes a foundational principle integrated into every IoT device design and life cycle. In 2022, our report from the Dynamic Coalition, Saving the World from an Insecure IoT, analyzed policies from 18 countries, identifying 442 best practices across 4 key areas that were data privacy, secure updates, user empowerment, and operational resilience, all about IoT, right? Despite this, some gaps remain, particularly in regions lacking enforceable policies, and global standards are some kind of fragmented. On the topic for this first panel, labeling schemes are gaining global recognition as a key mechanism for addressing IoT security challenges. These schemes, by design, aim to inform consumers about the security features of IoT products, thereby empowering them in some manner to make more informed decisions while driving manufacturers to prioritize secure by design principles. At our research at IS3C, has underscored this critical role of labeling schemes in bridging the gap between consumers and manufacturers. But however, the implementation of the schemes remains uneven globally, right? While regions like Europe, Asia Pacific, and USA have made significant strides, other regions, particularly in the global south and where I come from Latin American Caribbean, we still face challenges in adopting and enforcing such mechanisms. In our report, we have analyzed some of the global labeling initiatives. One of them is the Singapore Cybersecurity Labeling Scheme, or CLS. As mentioned by René, Singapore has pioneered, we think, one of the most comprehensive labeling schemes available globally. They use a tiered approach, rating devices on a 4-level scale based on the security features. Device must meet rigorous benchmarks as well, such as secure software updates and unique authentication protocols. Another one is the Finland Cybersecurity Labeling Initiative. Finland emphasizes more on the transparency and trust by mandating independent third-party testing for these IoT devices, ensuring in some manner that the manufacturers provide a clear and more verifiable security claims, thereby fostering maybe a culture of accountability and trust. Another one is the United States Cyber Trust Mark, as mentioned by René. The FCC recently launched this labeling program, highlighting operational resilience, also aligning with the updated NIST standard like the 8425A. The initiative represents a major step towards standardizing these minimum IoT standards in the North American market. Just to mention another one, because in our report we analyzed several regulatory documents and policy documents talking about IoT security specifically. So the other one is the Korea regulatory framework that takes a multi-layered approach. It's a technical perspective offering detailed requirements on how to address diverse stakeholder needs. Also, this provides examples such as protocol schemes, code snippets, and device illustrations that the other standards does not provide, are more like high level. This is more like practical. We found and not only clarifies on the complex regulatory language, but also accelerating the compliance and implementation. So despite these advancements, we think that challenges remain. It was very great to hear René on advancing on harmonization issues, as you mentioned, because in our report in 2022, we were recognized that the lack of this harmonized global standard sometimes create inconsistencies, while these voluntary schemes limit the reach and impact of the labeling programs. Additionally, consumer awareness about labeling schemes remains low in many regions, as I have mentioned. So this is why this cyber labs approach that René mentioned are so desired in the industry, right? So from our report, we have a number of IS3C recommendations, specifically on labeling. One is that these voluntary frameworks, while valuable, sometimes fail to achieve widespread adoption, as I already said. So the IS3C recommends that the governments to introduce mandatory labeling policies to ensure more consistent implementation. Then on the labels, they should not only reflect a device's current security state, but also thinking in the future, right? They need to account for life cycle commitments. That is very important for us, such as ongoing updates and details on the end of life consideration, because IoT devices and the state of the art of security, also in the light of the quantum advancement, is always changing. And finally, robust consumer education campaigns. We think that was one of our recommendations from the report that we identified, and this is a future work that the IS3C is focusing on, that the labeling skills can only succeed if consumer understands and value them. So how the consumers will understand this technical stuff? So governments and industry stakeholders, we think, must invest in public awareness, right? The initiatives to bridge this knowledge gap. So adopting these measures, we think that we can transform the labeling into a more powerful, fostering trust, accountability, security in all the IoT ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nico. And having witnessed the work of IS3C from very closely, one of the things that strikes me is that when this work was, much of it was done a year ago, how much has happened since? And René's presence here is a very clear testimony of that. On the labeling and certification in particular, from individual initiatives or individual country initiatives coming to what is beginning to be harmonized today. Renee, also very much thanks for your work in there. And as you pointed out, up and beyond the labeling, it's which is useful to inform consumers, they still need to know how to deal with it. And very much appreciate that input. Any questions in the room at this moment? Please introduce yourself, Jimmy.
Thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye, Chair of the Advisory Council of the Africa ICT Alliance. I run a company, cybersecurity focused organization. So this is a very, very important panel, and I really appreciate the presentations. You raise concern about harmonization and about relating with the stakeholders, the customers, the users. And so my question is, why are we not going through, say, ISO, International Standard Organization, that encompasses all, standard where they all converge into? Why can't we get into them at first so that we can streamline the process going forward? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll ask Renee to come with an answer on that. While saying that one of the reasons why we try to come to a common understanding of global good practice is that it would be to inspire around the world and to provide a common line. And in an ideal world, there's interaction between the understanding that we develop here at IGF and the initiatives that are rapidly developing around the world, both in the international standard institutions as in the countries. Renee, your view on this, please.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I think that, you have countries like Singapore that had started obviously before the United States have started, and they have, the four-tier system. And then in terms of our system, we determined the best system for us was to have a system that is not a tiered system. You either get the label or you do not get the label. There is no tiering. And there are some other obvious differences between the various schemes that are out there and the scheme that the United States has determined to come up with. So I think that that's part of the problem is just the difference in timing in terms of when these programs have initiated. But I think the goal is ultimately to be able to have some sort of either mutual recognition or otherwise harmonization of the programs going forward. And I think that's the intent of the countries, at least, that we have spoken with.
Yes, thank you very much. Last remark from Wout.
Wout Natters, ICC, to come back to your question on the harmonization, the official standards institutions. What my experience is from the past 3 years that I'm working in the 4 years in IS3C is that internet standards are made by people who represent the internet. So in the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force. And that is totally separate from the institutions like ISO or NEN that you have, and they don't do these internet standards. But the internet standards is what makes the internet work. And I have one example where it failed. I understand that the European Commission had a group of people that had to decide to officially recognize IP version 6 or DNSSEC or something like that. After 18 months of talking, they just decided to stop because they couldn't agree whether that was the right standard or not. But it's what makes the internet work. It's not about recognizing it officially. It is about making sure that you understand that it's just there. It's not going to change. So you have to start working with it and not recognize it, because there's no need to recognize it anymore. It is the standard. And that's with IoT more or less the same, is my opinion. Thank you.
So I think the natural evolution of this has standards that are not only available to the countries who have the capacity to develop, to be front runners like Singapore, US, EU, but that this would be shared with the world. And as Renee expressed clearly, it's the intent. So for the sake of time, I'd like to move on to the next part. We're exactly on time, so thank you for the speakers and the concise questions. This is a first step into the work, in the way of the work to come, but I think we're on track, and your question was right on. So with that, we move on to IoT data governance and privacy. And for that, I would like to invite Jonathan Cave from the Alan Turing Institute and Warwick University to address the data governance issues that relate to IoT, acknowledging that many live data related to persons are collected 24/7, and through analysis may be even relatable to people, and AI will strengthen that process as well. But Jonathan, please, your opening remarks here.
Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you everyone for attending this in whatever time zone you happen to be in. Just to begin, I wanted to note that both the resilience and the security, and indeed the functionality of the Internet of Things, depend on how the Internet of Things is used and the awareness that people have of them. They also depend on a range of different participants, obviously designers, but also users and all the intermediates that link them in between. And one of the things that flows between them and enables them to decide who does what, or one of the attributes, are the data that are collected. The Internet of Things, like many other things in the Internet, is self-documenting. It collects data as it goes along, and these data can be retained and processed and used to provide and protect all the things we want from the Internet of Things, which include privacy and security. But it's worth noting that privacy as we normally understand it nowadays is data privacy referring to personal data of identifiable persons. But that's really only the tip of the iceberg. However, that tip of the iceberg has been used to create legal and regulatory structures that may get in the way of some of the ways we come to understand and use data. One obvious example is proprietary data, or data that can be shared. They're not private to the individual, but they're useful in sharing in smaller groups, and they link people together through networks of trust, what lawyers might call privity. And so it's important to, when we think about data governance, not simply to project into the Internet of Things things that came from a world of individuals whose individual privacy was being protected. The second point relating to that is that data privacy is only a part of the privacy we want individuals to have. If we want individuals, and indeed devices, to be able to act on the basis of the information that they receive, they have to have a certain responsibility attached to them. Now, with individuals, we do that through mechanisms like consent and awareness. So in other words, we ask people to consent to the collection and processing of their data. But as Martin mentioned, many of the data on which the Internet of Things runs are not data that are asked for, to which people can give informed consent. They are simply collected in the process of people going about their normal interactions. And that applies not just to the people, but to the different devices in the Internet of Things that receive data and take actions. And these things are only imperfectly observed, and their implications may not be fully understood. Now, another thing that happens in this world is that when people interact with the Internet of Things, they receive data from these devices as well as supplying data to them. The data they receive from them, the prompts, for example, and query responses and so on, change the understanding and change the behavior of those people. So it's not necessarily correct to say that all people in all parts of the world have the same degree of sovereignty and understanding, or should be made responsible in the same way as the others. So the final point about this is that many of these devices are becoming smart devices. Smart devices, among other things, they not only take decisions, but they learn. And they learn from each other, and they learn from the people around them. And that change means that the device itself, and certainly the algorithms within the device, are different when they are in use than they were when they left the factory. So that putting the responsibility on designers and saying we must correct these things by design may miss the most essential element, which is you may have an algorithm that is perfectly innocuous, but based on what it learns, it can wind up making decisions about which people might have concerns and which they might want to be able to monitor, if not exactly control. This is what happens, for example, with algorithmic collusion in the case of pricing algorithms, although that's a slightly different issue. But it is true that some of the players here, the manufacturers, the platforms, and so on, have special responsibilities. The final thing I want to mention is that these data that are collected will be retained and used. And through the longitudinal study of these data, the repositories that are created, we can come to understand many of these complex phenomena that the law at present and regulation are inadequate to deal with. But part of that continuity is that new generations will come forward. And one of the kind of meat and potatoes data governance issues is the fact that new generations of devices are entering the Internet of Things all the time. And with these new generations come new protocols for storing those data, so they may not be understandable or accessible by later generations. And they may not function properly when fed with data collected by later generations of devices. So the formats, the level at which these things are retained, and access to long-term repositories may be very important. And the conclusion of that is that many of the rules that we have on the privacy and proprietary nature of these data may get in the way of having an Internet of Things that is capable of retaining enough data to be able to understand the problems that it may create, or to be able to back away from or modify the standards and methods that it uses when things cease to be a problem. Okay, those are my remarks.
Martin, I can't hear you.
No sound from the room here either.
In the room, they're waiting, working on it. In the room, we can hear me, but can you hear me online now?
Yes, we can, although you're slightly reduced.
Slightly what?
Quieter than you were before.
Quieter than I was before. Oh, that's exceptional for me. Thanks, guys. The technical team has been doing wonders over the week and learning every step how to interact with this setup and the room. Thank you for that. And yesterday in this room we also talked about the consciousness of equipment that can be on the ability of the users that they're serving. So to adapt to, for instance, kids or elderly in the way they interact. So I think that relates to the point you just made too.
I think just one small comment on that, and that awareness also includes whether or not what people understand about what their devices are collecting from them. And it is quite possible that the population of users may fragment into people who basically don't trust having data collected in ways and used in ways that they know they don't understand, and people who become unaware of the collection that's taking place, so that as with smart speakers and so on, they sort of fade into the background and you take them for granted the same way as you do any of the other things that we use normally. And that splitting in the population may have concerns, particularly in international contexts.
Very much appreciated. On this, Nicholas, the work of ICS3C on IoT as relates to privacy, please.
Yes, as well. Because, IoT ecosystems generate these vast amounts of data and often personal and sensitive that can be managed responsibly. So this requires more robust policies, as mentioned, that balance the innovation with the privacy. And as Jonathan emphasized, in data governance, we deal with different individuals and categories of data, right? It's not appropriate to treat them all the same. Each category requires like tailored security measures to address a specific characteristic and risk. I would also like to highlight something that Jonathan raised about that is not only about the user using devices, right? But also there are thing-to-thing. It's called. It means devices communicating and actuators interoperating between them. So different areas as well. Some of the recent developments in IoT data governance we can mention is on the EU CRA that emphasizes on the life cycle security, mandating that manufacturers as well address vulnerabilities throughout the device operational life. We also have seen the NIST providing specific recommendations for secure consumer-grade routers, a critical component of these IoT ecosystems. And also, why not to highlight the work of the Thing-to-Thing Research Group at the IRTF, that is an Internet Research Task Force, that is focusing more on exploring these advanced technologies, and as also raised by Jonathan, because new generation of devices are there protocols and architectures for this seamless communication, and this interoperation among the IoT devices, as stated in their website, the Thing-to-Thing Research Group, is the mission of this group is to identify and address these challenges and opportunities related to device-to-device and communication and related ecosystems. So it's important that it's not only about the user. This is very important for policymakers. We also need to mention that this cannot be left behind. The Global Digital Compact, right, is fostering international cooperation to harmonize these data governance standards, particularly for the IoT devices that operate across borders in the internet. So in our report in 2022 and 23 on the IS3C, we revealed significant gaps in IoT data governance, particularly in regions, again, in the South, lacking these enforceable privacy laws. Many countries relied on voluntary guidelines and mechanisms. But what are our recommendations, the IS3C recommendation? We want the government to adopt a holistic privacy laws that address IoT-specific challenges, such as data encryption, access controls, minimization of data exposures, different things that they're also about life cycle data protection, about user empowerment mechanisms, and finally, this global standardization, right? Because we have a different working groups and protocols. IETF, I can mention TIP, Suite. You can explore the IETF website, and harmonizing this data governance standard is essential for us to have consistent protection across these jurisdictions. This may be required, as I mentioned, the Global Digital Compact, this multilateral cooperation and alignment more with the frameworks like the GDPR, right? But now with more advanced technology. So to translate these recommendations into action, the IS3C is always emphasizing on the role of the multi-stakeholder cooperation, like collaboration, government, industry leaders, the civil society must work all together to create these policies that are both enforceable in some manner and adaptable to emerging technology. So it's not just about connectivity, it's maybe about trust. We need to deal with that and embedding this strong governance and privacy measures into the IoT landscape. We can create like this future where the technology serves the humanity without compromising our security or privacy anymore. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to question on critical issues here.
Thank you on this. I don't see questions in the room still, right? So, Jimmy, very quickly.
You're talking about smart regulation. The data is going to be huge. So what do you recommend? What's the period for data to be stored? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years for ISP and all those in charge of data storage? And then secondly, will you consider the NetMundia guidelines for multi-stakeholder engagement, because you mentioned the need for collaboration?
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Wisdom Donko, the director for Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. I just want to understand the difference between AI and IoT. Now we realize that, let me say in Africa, government are beginning to regulate or initiate that process to regulate AI. So I want to know the difference. Is IoT AI or AI IoT?
I appreciate that question, but for the sake of time, we'll discuss that outside of the meeting. But a quick response on Jimmy's question, and Wisdom, very happy to talk further. But
Yes, I will address your question about the digital cooperation mechanisms as Net Mundial, Global Digital Compact. You know, like for promoting this digital inclusion, IoT is almost most related with AI, but not the same because we are talking about constrained devices. Uh, for me, the most important part here is that as different from the ICT technologies, when you have more computational power, these IoT devices are restricted, are constrained in terms of energy, in terms of battery. So there are a different approach. That is why we differentiate from the ICTs. But advancing global cooperation, right? This is something that is important for the nations, for the industries, and to have these global challenges, as well as we do with cybersecurity for the ICT or misinformation or digital fragmentation. These huge IoT devices that will be millions and millions of devices need to be addressed. So this also aligns with the digital transformation we are seeing at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So at the end, it's all about harmonization, digital cooperation, and also, you know, these devices are promoting, we have other problems that are addressed globally at the Pact of the Future and the Global Digital Compact, such as the climate change. We are talking about health and education with these devices. So at the end, we need to have a more holistic approach to understand how to have a global picture of all of this.
So I'm sorry, Martin, but we have 15 minutes left. So very quickly, but then we move on. Tapping doesn't help, switching on does.
Thank you, Dr. Martin Kayabe, GFC Africa. The question that I wanted to raise is not actually a question, it's something that we need to emphasize. There are two areas that are very difficult. One is the way IoTs operate, especially when you look at the ecosystem, which is isolated. So for example, the decentralization of the IoT ecosystem brings with it some challenges, especially when it comes to manufacturing, the equipment, and also the geopolitics of equipment as we know it very well. So there will be some specific parts of the world that will develop very many tools and very many equipment that are not allowed to be in some specific parts of the world as well, or the other way around. The other thing also is that we need to emphasize on regulation, because regulation is one of the most difficult. IoTs in isolation, they're in specific jurisdictions across borders. And how do we make sure that we harmonize that regulation? Because it's different. And even if we do anything as far as global settings are concerned, regulation will always have a difference. And that is something that we really need to look at, because if we don't look at regulation, then how do we actually have users using it, monitoring, and so forth? Thank you.
Okay, I'll park that. It's very true. It's true for IoT governance. It's true for data governance. It's true for AI governance. And it's essential issues. Renee touched upon a little bit on it. What drives the positive there is that there is an international recognition that mutual recognition will help, because things come across borders all the time, whether it's data or even devices. So that is the positive stimulants. And yes, we have different actors with different incentives in the world. Very much recognized. But with that, I just wanted to really also open the floor for the next one, which is IoT governance and emerging technologies, with a focus on quantum, the impact of quantum and AI. It's about the thinking ahead of the issues that we'll be facing tomorrow or a couple of years from now. And for that, very happy to have Elif Kisa-Cortez online, who is also with the IS3C as chair of the working group 9. Elif, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. And I will just jump right into the subject. So today we know that the security community highlights that the post-quantum cryptography, or PQC, is very important for maintaining data security and data privacy as quantum computing capabilities advance. Research shows that our current classical encryption algorithms like RSA is vulnerable to attacks from powerful quantum computers, which do not yet exist, but remain a credible threat for the future. PQC provides a set of cryptographic techniques and algorithms that are designed specifically to ensure long-term protection of sensitive information and also secure communication channels. And implementing PQC solutions now allows organizations to future-proof their security measures against potential quantum threats over the coming decade, preventing possible data breaches and national security risks. Governments and standards bodies like NIST are actively promoting PQC standards, emphasizing...
You're back.
Sorry?
Excellent. You were gone for 10 seconds, but you're back because you were cracking before. You're clearly speaking now. Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so I would not know where it broke. So I was explaining the importance of implementing PQC solutions so that the organizations are future-proofing their security. This is both for data breaches and also for national security risks. And governments and important organizations like NIST, they're actively promoting PQC standards to be adopted and emphasizing the urgent need for this widespread adoption across the industries, also to safeguard against the emerging quantum computing threat. And today, of course, we are also very happy to announce a new project of our dynamic coalition. This will be for the DC IS3C. We will be collaborating with EFNIC from France on a new project that is very relevant to this session. We will work on a collaboration between the working group 1 that is on IoT security, as well as working group 9 on emerging technologies. Our research will have 2 different areas to focus, one dedicated to the societal impacts of IoT, and the second one on those of post-quantum cryptography. And we will be providing a brief combined analysis of these domains as well. In this research, we will make sure to include a multidimensional look for this, and we will be looking at impact on societal, legal, economic, and environmental levels. And we will be also including policy recommendations both at the state level and organization level. Next year in IGF 2025, we will be also enabling stakeholder engagement on these issues through a common workshop that will be promoting dialogue on societal implications as well as future directions. And we will be finalizing the combined report that will be looking at both IoT security and PQC, where we will be also exploring some cross-cutting themes like digital transformation and future-proofing against emerging threats. And we will include references to international cooperation and economic competitiveness aspects within the broader context of global cybersecurity efforts. This project will be conducted and concluded within the next 6 months. So please reach out to Wout, who is in the room, if you would like to hear more on this, or if you would like to work with us on similar projects in the future too. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Elif, for that. I think this is even more an area where also capacity building and awareness raising around the world is important. So everybody gets involved, or at least all cultures are understood when moving ahead in this area. So the global dialogue is crucial in these areas, I think. There's a broad recognition that, and we talked about the data from different generations, Jonathan raised that, they may also have different levels of encryption that may be affected by quantum computing. The power of those. So standing ready for that is, as Elif raised, one of the elements that we really need to look to moving forward. The other element is very much related also to AI. AI is not a global concept. AI is very much about how you apply it in your region for your purpose. And that can only happen if you know how to do it. So even if the device measures temperature or whatever, what you want to do with that may be different whether you're in Africa or on the North Pole, for instance. Just one of the examples. So really looking on how you ensure that you can adopt what we learn on AI, what we develop in IoT, and help to what in the end matters, impact on the people in your region, is something that clearly need to be considered moving forward. Therefore, also, I think both at all stakeholder levels, government on how to put in guardrails, how to stimulate the development, industry, how to see the opportunities, how to be able to grasp the opportunities, technical community to support this, whether it's focused on the internet or on the car industry, and the users in the end of what do we really want to be involved in how this progresses. Jonathan, anything to add to that?
Yeah, just a couple of very tiny points. Thank you very much, Elif. That's really provocative. Among the things that may be of concern, and you're probably already thinking about them, but they have implications beyond that specific initiative, are the proliferation aspect. That as quantum computing becomes cheaper and more ubiquitously available, the nature of the problems and the nature of the solutions themselves may change. For example, with decentralization as opposed to a concentration on platforms that can see what's going on and respond to it. And that movement of intelligence from the edge to the center or from the center to the edge should probably change a lot of the ways we think about these things from a regulatory point of view. Another one is the dominance of the cryptography thing, because that is a killer application at the moment, which is strong cryptography and very smart ways of breaking cryptography. But the use of quantum computing probably goes beyond that to a greater complexity of how the IoT will function. And with that complexity come types of behavior, emergent types of behavior that we'll need to think about, not just from a security, but from a safety perspective. And even to be able to detect these things may require a different kind of thinking than thinking about how systems operate as they were designed to do by the people who use them. And the last part of that is that in the security world, we tend to think about things in terms of attackers and defenders. Obviously, the multi-stakeholderism of the implications of quantum computing goes far beyond that. And a lot of the things that we worry about or place our hope in don't come from a kind of zero-sum perspective, but involve the interaction of many, many people. So the game theorists should get a look into. But thank you. That was really provocative.
Thank you for that. So thinking of the future, any questions in the room? Nicholas, please. Your microphone is gone.
No, just to highlight that a comment with the subject of the quantum, because, you know, as IoT becomes more foundational to smart cities, we are seeing in healthcare devices, critical infrastructure, having IoT sensors, so implementing quantum resistant standards is like a future proof. You know, these systems are against emerging threats. So, and for those interested, in just 1 hour from now, in workshop room 9, we will have hosting an interesting workshop on the topic of the critical importance, that is on secure routing, internet resilience. It's called Advancing IoT Security, RPKI, and post-quantum encryption. So we'll dive into this intersection of post-quantum encryption, IoT, and routing security to explore. So you are all invited to that session as well.
Thank you very much. Bart, please.
Yes, about NATO's. There are some interesting comments that Jonathan made in the chat. So do you want me to read them, Martin, or do we leave it there as it is?
Please summarize.
It's a lot, so I will try.
shall we ask Jonathan, because he's online otherwise?
Yeah, that's the other option. That Jonathan, please make a few of your points that you've made in the chat. That we have 1 or 2 minutes left that you can use for that.
On the mic.
One moment, Jonathan.
Explain them. Hello?
We hear cracks only.
Well, I'm hearing you with cracks only.
Technical support looking to resolve that. Please give me your thumbs up if it should work. Yep. Right, Jonathan?
Is that any better?
Yes, it's better. Thank you.
Okay. So the first one was the data may cross categories. One of the things here is that, for example, automobile sensors can do a lot of things that have nothing to do with the operation of the car. They can reveal the driver's political preferences, their gender, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this crosses regulatory boundaries and therefore is a separate thing that we may need to think about. In relation to the supply of technologies, particularly to developing countries, the issue of data colonialism should be mentioned, where people from developed countries give devices to developing countries which help them, but also siphon data out of them. And they can use those developing countries as almost as lab rats to harvest their data. And an equitable sharing of those data and equitable control of how those data are used will be very important. The trust network is obviously very important, but also the trustworthiness of the data. When it's human data, we worry a lot about disinformation, misinformation, malinformation. The same thing is true with devices, but may be much harder to detect. Devices can spoof or they do. Finally, on relation to the devices and the people behind them, or the IoT and AI element of it, if the AI is the brain, the IoT are the eyes, the ears, and the hands. And just as it's hard to think about a mind without thinking about the senses and capabilities of the person, the distinction between AI and IoT, particularly when the devices themselves may have some degree of what we used to call ambient intelligence, but where the intelligence of the system comes through the interaction of all of these devices, we may want to be careful about whether we retain that distinction. Oh, and a final thing on mutual recognition. Mutual recognition is a good thing. We have it in free trade agreements and things like that. It can be very helpful, but it can also be very harmful. Mutual recognition can be a backdoor for bypassing the regulations of countries and for denying the people in those countries access to information that they may need. And this is particularly true between high-tech and low-tech countries. And we're seeing it already in the world, that if you accept devices and services on the grounds of mutual recognition, there has to be some degree of verification before the trust that lies behind that mutual recognition can be fully embraced. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
What I wanted to add is that for the new project ISCC will do, it will be between IoT and post-quantum cryptography. The project lead for the IoT part is in the room, is Joao Falcao, and he will be working closely with Nicholas on this topic and Elif. I think that what I wanted to add here is that the world may have a chance to do it right with a new technology for once. If we prepare for the post-quantum era upfront, then maybe we are more secure than that we were with the internet and with IoT. But it does need a lot of collaboration. And when we have this report out, we have to make sure that people actually read it. And that is going to be probably the biggest challenge that we have. And we may have to prepare for together so that we have the right influence when it's ready. So that's my final comment. Thank you, Mart.
Thank you for that. René, thank you again for being with us at this ugly hour in the East Coast, the US. Your final takeaways.
I did want to talk a little bit about when we're talking about regulations and some of the challenges that we have. Certainly, as I mentioned at the commission and under our program, medical devices are not included. Automobile equipment are not included. We did consider in terms of flexibility in the future other things that we may add, right? And I think that part of the issue is there are already regulations by other agencies, right, for equipment, automobile equipment, and then medical devices. So there's a whole other stream of work that is going on with respect to harmonization of federal agency regulations and some of the inconsistencies that there may be or overlap that there may be. So I think that's a different stream of work that that we're also doing and part of at the commission.
Thank you so much. Elif, final reflection from your side?
I will just echo, I think, Renee's comments and saying that all of those issues that we are seeing about standardization will be now also applicable to the PQC space. So I think we will be seeing a lot of movement there too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And it's time, so we round off this session. We've raised a couple of very important issues, and I think even if you talked, we started with labeling and certification, we can also see that that evolves throughout the international process of mutual recognition, throughout the multi-stakeholder input that emerges over time, and adoption across the world. If we keep it sharp on what global good practice looks like, it's a kind of reflection on what's happening. There's many things moving, and let's try to keep that clear for all of us so we can move together. One of the other evolutions that may be is that whereas the initial focus was on security, there may be a next focus also on privacy aspects in the label, to take that on board in the labeling, and maybe even the environmental impact in the labeling. So it's likely that to evolve as well. And overall, I think I'm really happy with the understanding that we got all the systems, but we also got the data, and let's not forget that. And last but not least, where we are today is not where we'll be tomorrow. So let's think ahead, because what we've seen over the last year, how quickly things move, what we will see towards the future, my expectation, it will be maybe not what we expect, but we will move very fast. So let's stay on the ball together, and move this together. So thank you all very much for your input, your thoughtful comments and questions. And we look forward to publishing the report and move on from there. This is for us a step in a process, and a good step, with thanks to all of you. So, everybody, this is the end of the session. Thank you for all your help, technical session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Sure. Welcome everyone at the open forum session of the Freedom Online Coalition for this year's IGF. The session is called Ensuring an Inclusive and Right-Respecting Digital Future. And the session seeks to allow input from various stakeholder and regional groups on the role of the multi-stakeholder community in the implementation of the UN Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Mr. Ernst Norman, Ambassador for Cyber Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Jacob Pepijn, and welcome to all the friends of the Freedom Online Coalition, distinguished panelists, and of course also our online audience. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today at the open forum session of the Freedom Online Coalition, which will be this year on ensuring an inclusive and right-respecting digital future. The Netherlands organized this session in its role as the current Freedom Online Coalition Chair. The Netherlands is one of the founders who created Freedom Online Coalition in 2011 and acted as the first chair. And has been an honor for our country to have been chairing this ever more important coalition this year for the second time. And I'm delighted to see such a great variety of panelists, truly reflecting the multi-stakeholder approach that we see as essential for discussions on digital issues. We have experts from the FOC Advisory Network, civil society, the private sector, the technical community, and the Tech and Voice Office and the IGF Secretariat present today. And last but not least, my colleague and friend from Estonia, Rasmus Lumi, who will be chairing our coalition in 2025. When I first started my role as a cyber ambassador for the Netherlands, everyone kept on telling me that 2025 would be an extremely important year for internet governance and human rights online. Therefore, I must thank Estonia for the bottom of my heart for their willingness to take over our FOC chairship next year. At the same time, in 2024, we have not been calmly waiting for the Estonians to save us. The adoption of the Global Digital Compact at the Summit of the Future has been a key milestone in our journey towards the WSIS Plus 20 review next year. The events we have been hosting with the FOC over the course of 2024 have been largely focused on laying the groundwork while preparing ourselves for these important negotiations. As most of you are familiar with the WSIS, we do not need to start the review negotiations with a blank slate. I'm going to use the term that most of you will have a love-hate relationship with, but we do have agreed language to work with. The principles, commitments and actions in the Global Digital Compact are closely linked to the existing WSIS agreements, the Tunisia Agenda and the Geneva Plan of Action. The GDC sets out a vision for digital cooperation, built on principles ingrained in sustainable development and human rights. both mutually dependent and reinforcing, as well as for global internet and AI governance. The GDC also acknowledges the role of the IGF as a primary multi-stakeholder platform for discussions on internet issues. Moreover, in April this year, the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines were adopted at the Net Mundial Plus 10 conference. These underline the need to protect and promote meaningful multi-stakeholder participation in internet and digital governance. And lastly, just this week, on the initiative of Canada, the FOC published a joint statement on the future of the multi-stakeholder approach at the United Nations. The statement recognizes that multi-stakeholder processes must evolve to address emerging and complex challenges. It is precisely this idea of evolving that I would like to address in the remainder of my remarks. Agreed language is no guarantee in today's world, characterized by geopolitical dynamics, economic power concentrations, a decline in internet freedom worldwide, and rapid technological developments. In order to actually strengthen and evolve the multi-stakeholder governance of the internet and digital technologies, we will need to have an appealing narrative. A narrative underpinned by commitments and actions that actually do, one, keep discussions on technical issues within the technical domain, two, bridge the digital divides without reinforcing existing inequalities, three, strengthen the protection of human rights worldwide, online and offline, four, govern emerging digital technologies in a responsible and rights-respecting manner, while making the existing multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance more inclusive. This is no way an easy task, but we as the Netherlands and the broader Freedom Online Coalition believe that these commitments resonate around the world and are the best way to work towards a digital future for all of us. The 20-year review of WSIS is around the corner, and it will be up to us to ensure that it will continue to steer global digital cooperation and governance together with the implementation of the GDC. I hope today's open forum session will not only address those issues that are close to our hearts, but we want to defend human rights online, multi-stakeholder governments, and the IGF itself. But also those issues that need to evolve to ensure that the implementation of the GDC and the WSIS process remain fit for purpose, also in 2025. While I have full confidence in Estonia as the incoming chair of the FOC, it does sadden me that today is the very last event that we are organizing as a chair of the Freedom Online Coalition. Nikki of the USA, most of you know her, asked me last night what the most memorable event for me was during our FOC chairship. As this is our last event, I hope this will be the one. So without putting any pressure on all of you, I wish you all a very fruitful and inspirational discussion. Thank you very much, and back to Jacob Pepijn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norman, for your opening remarks. We will now have a round through the panelists, through the different speakers. Each panelist will have about 5 minutes to answer a question related to their role in the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. And after that, we will have time for questions from the audience, followed by closing remarks from all the speakers. So without further ado, and also because Mr. Filippo from the Secretary General's office, from the Office of the Tech Envoy, has to leave, unfortunately, already in half an hour, I will give the floor first to him. Filippo, what role can stakeholders play in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, so to ensure that it and other relevant processes maintain and are in alignment with international human rights law?
Thanks, Jaco, and I would like also to acknowledge the statement from Ambassador Norman, and especially on the role of the Global Digital Compact, the role of IGF. I mean, I guess all of you would agree that if IGF didn't exist, we would need to invent something like this. And this is also one of the landing point of the Global Digital Compact, where most member states and all stakeholders found an agreement that the role of IGF and its convening role should be strengthened rather than weakened. And we count, I acknowledge also Director General Lumi, we count on the Freedom Online Coalition to work in this coalition building when it comes to the role of this multi-stakeholder fora. Now, the Global Digital Compact, and sorry, my body language, I'm trying to be in an open forum, I'm trying to be as open as possible and not turn my back on anyone. The Global Digital Compact is refreshing the agreement that member states found in 2005 with the Tunis Agenda, in 2003 with the Geneva Principles, and introduces some areas that are new. It's comprehensive. It's comprehensive and has multi-stakeholder at the center. And most of you and several member states and even stakeholders ask me, hold on, that is an intergovernmental process. How can it be multi-stakeholder? And that is the tricky question that we'll need to answer. Because yes, the Global Digital Compact, as much as WISIS, it's an intergovernmental process. So something that I would like to see moving forward in both processes is to see a concerted effort from our side, from the United Nations, from member states, to be as inclusive as possible in bringing all the voices from stakeholders. Again, even the concept of human rights, that is the very core of this conversation, developed and evolved. As again Ambassador Norman said, is based on the Sustainable Development Goals and human rights. If you're going back to the Geneva Declaration of Principles of 2003, the concept of human rights was mostly anchored to Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and its freedom of expression. 20 years later, when we are talking about digital technology, the digital space, we know that human rights is way more than just freedom of expression. So ideally, we want to work together with all stakeholders and start implementing the Global Digital Compact, not in 1 year time, not in 2 years time, but right now. There are provisions that broaden the understanding of what human rights are. There is a section that is Objective 3 of the Global Digital Compact that has a strong cluster on human rights, and there are commitments from member states. There are calls for the private sector that is here represented at this table, and it would be very good to hear from them how they plan of acting even further on human rights. And there is something that the UN is already undertaking. There is the digital advisory service run by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and that we hope it would be another tool to sharpen the accountability of the private sector and of member states when it comes to respecting human rights online. Coming back on how we can do this in a multi-stakeholder way, a provision in the Global Digital Compact is to have a call for endorsement. And you might have heard me saying this over and over again. We hosted a town hall 2 days ago. Endorsement process doesn't mean yes or no. It's an online form. Stakeholders can tell the UN Secretariat what they are doing or what they plan to do to implement the Global Digital Compact, and any reference in there to what you have been doing over the last 20 years in connection to WISIS are most welcome. And there is again an option to endorse. We do understand that for some civil society organizations, sometimes endorsing can be a tough undertaking. So that's why we wanted to give the option of just specifying the areas of action. The Secretary General will publish a report on the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, the implementation map, and these will constitute the way forward and will run in parallel to the WISIS process. aware that I have to dash to the airport and trying to not to prevent, but maybe to address one of the FAQs that we are getting on how these two processes can go together. And this is just my personal take, having been in the GDC negotiation and consultations since day one. I don't see this as two different roads that diverge, but rather as a stack. WSIS is fit for purpose if we make it fit for purpose. The action lines encompass a lot of the areas that are in the Global Digital Compact, but not all of them, and vice versa. So ideally, you will have the implementation of the Global Digital Compact strengthening and adding to what is already in WSIS. Because again, times are changing, and we hope that with over the coming months, engaging in Geneva with the WSIS Plus 20 consultations. I understand that co-facilitators for the process will be appointed by the end of March in New York by the President of the General Assembly, and with the Global Digital Compact implementation process. And again, to all of you around this table, it is very, very important to hear from you on what you would like to see in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, because again, multi-stakeholder processes, they don't happen by themselves. We, as the UN Tech Envoy Office and as the UN, we are committed to keep it as multi-stakeholder as possible and to preserve that dimension, but we really need to hear from all of you. And with this, Jaco, back to you.
Thank you so much, Filippo, and thank you for especially for elaborating on the Global Digital Compact, laying out what it entails exactly, also in terms of human rights, and on how the implementation of the Global Digital Compact also can be nurtured and can be especially also endorsed, or how the role of stakeholders in its implementation. And thank you also for touching upon that last point, especially on the WSIS and the GDC relationship, because I think that's a question that many of us have, and that we are all thinking about how we can best ensure that there is no duplication on that side, and that we are not only reviewing text but actually implement it. So thank you, Filippo. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Rasmus Lumi, the Director General of the Department of International Organizations and Human Rights in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and who is also going to be the chair of the Freedom Online Coalition in 2025. Rasmus, what role can the FOC and individual governments play in the implementation of the Global Digital Compact? And how can governments ensure, together with the stakeholders, of course, to make sure that the GDC and the other relevant processes, including the implementation of the GDC and the different aspects of that, and the WSIS Plus 20, are in alignment with the international human rights law?
Maybe? Okay, good. So, thank you very much. And first of all, I should be thankful to Ambassador Norman for his kind keynote, although I'm now a bit conflicted because he put so much pressure on Estonia that I don't know how to feel about this. But nonetheless, we are very grateful to the Dutch chairship of the FOC for all they've done and for their very kind and good cooperation in handing over the chairship to Estonia. Now, if you'll allow me, in the very beginning, I would like to concentrate a bit also on the issue of multi-stakeholderism and the importance of it in the upcoming processes, but then definitely I will also say a few words about the possible FOC role. As a government representative, it's I'm glad to note that for us, fostering the multi-stakeholder approach is extremely important, and we too have been looking with concern into the situation that many discussions have been veering towards multilateralism and not so much multi-stakeholderism, but we will have to see what we can do about it. So now looking back, of course, in the last 10 years, tech governance has changed quite a bit, and the recent GDC negotiations have also highlighted how digital issues have gained prominence and at the same time become much more contested. meanwhile, the UN ecosystem has grown much more complex, and there is an increasing number of agencies competing for their role in different technology-related mandates. And also now that the new UN Tech Office is entering the fore, it will be even more complicated to figure out what is the best way of moving forward. But despite all this complexity, we have learned during many years that everything about it has to be a multi-stakeholder effort in order for it to be more successful and more inclusive. There should be absolutely no one single country or entity who is controlling the internet, and we can see it very well from the smaller scale when we look at the national level, where one government is in control of the internet structures. Then in the form of internet shutdown, this is something that is happening in the world quite often. And in our future endeavors, we should definitely avoid this happening on a global scale. We also know that there is no way to have a comprehensive approach when some stakeholders are excluded from the discussions, and especially those stakeholders who are marginalized already in other ways. So ultimately, if we don't have a sufficiently inclusive approach, the outcome will be worse for everybody, especially, of course, the people. And there is plenty of room for improvement, since we have millions and even billions of people still without proper access to the internet. But this is again something that the governments must not and should not do alone, but the global community should support this and also play a part. Now, the digital governance, as opposed to the internet governance, is of course a much broader topic with wider scope and focus, where we include e-governance, cybersecurity, digital inclusion, artificial intelligence, and so on. But just like internet governance, we cannot and must not do this alone. It is very important that even in digital governance, each stakeholder plays its role, and not only for the sake of inclusion, but also because they have specific competencies, and then they could use them to play their part in those discussions. And since the digital society is an ecosystem and not an institution, we should not forget that when we also talk about the implementation of the GDC. Now, as I said in the beginning, during the GDC negotiations also we felt a shift towards a multilateral approach, and this is proving how and why we need to continue showcasing the benefits and support of other stakeholders. IGF obviously is a great example of this, being such a global policy dialogue and bringing all the stakeholders together. From technologists to the governments to civil society. And therefore, as we approach the WSIS Plus 20 process and discuss the implementation of the GDC, we must adopt a strong common approach to ensure the protection of Internet's decentralized model. Regarding digital governance, we must prioritize the inclusive governance and policy making that takes into account and respects human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And we also need to take into account the governance system we already have created and how to use it to its full potential, instead of creating new mechanisms that might duplicate already existing formats. And with regard now to the role of the FOC and individual governments, I will just mention that in Estonia's experience, technology generally is a very powerful tool if it's accompanied by proper change management, which is very important. And we have to focus on how to transform the societies as a whole with the help of technologies. Now, in the FOC, as a coalition of like-minded, we can amplify and advocate for this message, and FOC states can and will protect this principle across different fora, as advocacy, as you know, is the FOC's strongest tool. And finally, I will mention that another important aspect is capacity building. This is one of the priorities for the Estonian chairship in the FOC, and we will definitely continue our efforts in this regard. Often there is confusion and sometimes even resistance how exactly human rights can be followed and implemented when using and developing technologies. So raising awareness and by capacity building is very important. And the OHCHR has a crucial role to play in this, which the GDC also affirmed. So the AFOC, as well as individual governments, will have to continue supporting the OHCHR and its work, and it also means that we have to continue doing it financially. So I will leave it to that for now, and maybe come back then later after some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rasmus, and yeah, especially thank you also for mentioning the complexities, because indeed digital governance, internet governance are very complex fields. But I think you would agree with me that if we underline that including as many stakeholders as possible in the conversation is not something that makes it more complex, but actually helps us engage with the complexities of the governance and of the technical and governmental the governing challenges that we have with digital technologies, emerging technologies, and the internet, and especially also change management, which you mentioned. You mentioned it, of course, in the context of digital transformation, but I also think that for the WSIS Plus 20 review, we need together to develop together a very strong and agile change management for the WSIS. So, having said that, we will turn to Anja Django from the IGF Secretariat. I'm glad you could make it. How can forums and spaces like the Internet Governance Forum continue to serve as an inclusive space for dialogue amidst changes in the global digital ecosystem? Anja, I will give you the mic too.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jaakko, and greetings to everyone here in Riyadh. Thank you for being patient and waiting for me. The Secretariat is extremely busy on the first and last day, especially of the IGF, but it's a great honor for us to join the Freedom Online Coalition in this setup in Riyadh. We have been collaborating particularly over the past 2 years very closely, and I use this opportunity to recognize the excellent work that the coalition has been doing, especially during the consultations on the Global Digital Compact leading toward its adoption. And I use the opportunity as well on behalf of the Secretariat to congratulate the Chair, Ambassador Norman, on a wonderful facilitation of this work. And we welcome certainly working closely with Estonia and the new leadership in the months to come. That is indeed a very important question. The IGF, as you know, has been convened in 2006 by the Secretary General as a neutral platform that will allow for facilitation of a multi-stakeholder dialogue on issues pertaining to public digital policy. Indeed, some of the terms that, especially in the recent times, are present in our discourse, such as internet governance and digital governance, what is the difference? It is an interesting debate, but essentially I think nothing is better to tell us in terms of description of the digital public policy issues than people. And through the IGF, we really see, because of its bottom-up nature and, of course, multi-stakeholder approach, that people really see digital technologies as something that's more and more integrated in their lives. And therefore, speaking indeed about one entity, one discipline that's dealing with this complex topic is really impossible now. It's part of our lives and it's deeply integrated in all spheres. Therefore, including at the UN system, various institutions can now not even avoid not to deal with the digital, because it's just there in every sphere of our lives and of our dynamics. If we look back in the past now 19 years of the IGF, things have been changing, and as digital technologies have been evolving, so has the IGF. I always like to start from the numbers, from the metrics, because I think they're a nice indicator of the success or maybe of an alarm where we need to do more. And, always these WSIS Plus 20 preparations are reminding me of my beginnings with the IGF, which was around WSIS Plus 10, when the IGF was hosted by the government of Brazil. And in Brazil, we could speak about certainly less than 1,000 stakeholders that were participating in João Pessoa annual meeting, coming from around 22 different member states. The numbers in the past 10 years have significantly changed, I would say, in favor of all those who are diligently standing to protect the multi-stakeholder approach to internet, which is, for example, that in Kyoto last year we could speak about tripled participation than 10 years ago, so more than 9,000 stakeholders who participated from around 178 member states. That's a significant increase in just a 10-year period. And that also tells us that the multi-stakeholder approach is being endorsed or adopted or, let's say, more visible in other various parts of the world. Another indicator, which I think is a mere fact of the endorsement of the multi-stakeholder approach through the IGF model, is the growing number of the local IGFs, national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs. So, for example, during the WSIS Plus 10, the Secretariat has been reporting to the community that we work with about 50, less than 50 NRIs. Today, we're really proud to say that we work with a very firm, robust, stable network of 178 national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs. In just a 10-year period, we tripled the the community tripled the number of the IGF models that are deployed at the local level through the multi-stakeholder approach. So those are, for example, some of the indicators of the success. The IGF as a platform, and I certainly can speak for the Secretariat, continues to serve people around the world and continues to react on the demand that comes from the people. That's why the agenda every year is changing, basically being reflective of the demand that's coming from stakeholders from around the world through the public consultations. As the digital technologies are changing, as for example the artificial intelligence is becoming more and more prominent or more part of us, so is the agenda or the program of the IGF annually speaking. Since 2016, there's been a significant shift. Topics that were dominating the agenda by that time, such as cybersecurity, safety online, access and connectivity, have slowly been pushed a little bit on the maybe second place by the topics related to new and emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, just because it's bringing a new wave of challenges to us, and it's bringing an additional layer of responsibilities in front of the multi-stakeholder community to respond how to govern this very important piece of technology that is more and more accessible to all of us. So I would say those are the indicators, and I think in terms of the IGF, we will certainly see how the WSIS Plus 20 and the whole preparatory process will behave. But the Secretariat remains committed to its community, to listen what is the demand, and then to respond within its capacity to the best of its ability to adjust the process so that it's reflective of the needs and hopefully to help us resolve the issues that have been identified by the community for having the digital technologies leading us toward the sustainable development overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anja. Thank you for your remarks. And if I may try to summarize them, I think you wanted to emphasize mostly that the IGF throughout its existence has been, the character of the IGF has been very much bottom-up and flexible to make sure that it can actually stand the test of time and continue to evolve together with the technical, social, political, all the developments that are ongoing. And I think that's also something that we want to retain for the years to come. So thank you very much for that. And then we'll move to the private sector because we have different stakeholders around the table. So we will move to the private sector now to Emilar Gandhi, Global Head of Stakeholder Engagement from Meta. Emilar, given the critical role of online platforms and the private sector in guiding global digital cooperation, how can industry contribute to the realization of a rights-respecting and inclusive digital future while ensuring accountability? And what does this look like in practice?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for. It's so weird when you hear yourself. Thank you so much for that question. So tough at the end of the IGF after 4 or 5 days of conversations. But yeah, I think as private sector, we have a huge role to play. And Meta has taken several steps or several initiatives to ensure that we contribute to a rights respecting and inclusive digital future. And some of it actually aligns with what the Director General said and what my colleague also mentioned. I think I'll take a step back a little bit and say for us, it's our approach is stemmed from our goals or our mission as a company is embedded in how we actually approach human rights and how we build our products and how we build our policies. So by that I mean it's all good and nice to be here, for us to be at the table to discuss all these issues. But if our foundation is not strong, then, we might as well just be theorizing everything that we are saying here. So for us, it's part of our mission. It's part of how we approach inclusivity and how we approach human rights. And by that, I mean, in terms of our hiring, in terms of ensuring that we have people in our teams that do not that actually also represent the people who are using our platforms. As most of you know, over 90% of the people that use our platforms are outside of the US and Canada. Of course, our staff is not yet at that levels, but ensuring that people who are working on these issues, particularly in terms of policy, have the lived experiences, can speak the languages, and can engage and do outreach as we need. We also have a human rights policy team that actually are experts on these issues. So that's one. So having a mission that is actually puts inclusivity and inclusion at the heart of everything that we do. Secondly, multi-stakeholder engagements. We are here, to be part of this conversation, one at the Internet Governance Forum, but also in the FOC as Meta member. I was co-chair of the FOC advisory network for about 3 years. I think it's an important platform, and not putting pressure on Estonia as you take on the chairship, but it's also a place where you have civil society, you have governments having open conversations, and I think that's very, very important, because you just do not want partners who will tap you on the back to say you're doing well, but also who will make sure that you are accountable. The third thing that I will also mention is our human rights corporate policy that we launched in 2020, which is for us groundbreaking, but also it's not just a policy that we have packed in a digital shelf and say now we have it. Let's tick a box. Within that framework, we have. Within that framework, we are ensuring that we are training our employees internally for them to be aware of human rights principles, for our employees to be aware, not only to be trained, but also aware of all the, human rights principles as they build products and as they build policies as well. We also do regular human rights due diligence assessments to identify and mitigate risks as well. And the third thing that I'll mention is the fourth one is stakeholder engagement, and then I'll pass on the mic. With regards to stakeholder engagement, I think this actually contributes to how inclusive our policies and products are. So every time we write our community standards, we engage externally. But I think that sounds nice on paper, but how we do it is ensuring that we identify not only people that identify themselves as experts, but also people with lived experiences. We go beyond just geographical inclusion, but we also look at cultural inclusion. Who has the cultural competence to ensure that they can engage with these issues? But also I want to reference what the Director General also mentioned around, some people not having access. So you might, and access, I mean infrastructure and also content access. So even if you are reaching out to someone and because you want to be inclusive, but do they even have internet access to engage with you? Is, engaging virtually something that's, is that the right format of engaging, or should you ensure that you meet them where they are at? Content access, can they actually meaningfully engage in the issue that is at hand? Because for the engagement and for the stakeholder engagement to be inclusive and to be meaningful, then we have to also invest in ensuring that we build the capacity of the people that actually talk to us to ensure that we improve our policies. Otherwise, then it's not inclusive at all. And the last thing will be transparency, which we can talk about later on. Once we've done all of this, but if we are not sharing about our decision making, who we engaged with, we have the Transparency Center where you can actually see all the changes that goes through our policies. Everything is there. But I think one criticism will be who has the time to go through that Transparency Center? And I'm sure we have so much more work to do to ensure that it's not just there, but also it can be used as a mechanism for accountability.
Thank you, Emilar, and thank you for being very comprehensive and explaining very comprehensively how Meta is working to actually holistically approach this issue with all the stakeholders, and also touching upon your role in the FOC Advisory Network, which we of course also, I'm going to repeat this many times, but the Advisory Network is also especially because we want to include the stakeholders in our work as a Freedom Online Coalition. Then I will go to the next question, which is the same question both for Sabanas and Boye. So I will first give the floor to Sabanas Rashid Dia, the Executive Director of Tech Global Initiative and also a member of the FOC Advisory Network. Sabanas, how can stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, international organizations, and civil society, and the technical community, worked in collaboration with civil society and to ensure that the voices of the global majority and marginalized groups are meaningfully engaged in both shaping and implementing global digital governance frameworks, like the UN Global Digital Compact and the WSIS Plus 20 review, taking into account the unique challenges and local context in different regions?
Thank you, Jaco, and thanks everyone for having us here. So at Tech Global Institute, we primarily focus on getting global majority stakeholders across the board, whether it's governments, private sector, civil society, marginalized communities, refugees, into the conversation around what does the internet mean to them and how do we govern it better. And I think it's quite fundamental to us that though when we see the differences, not only between the global north and the global majority, but also even within the global majority, there's a number of different equities that are at play. For example, we have gender inequalities that are continue to be persistent. Even in rooms when there is multi-stakeholderism happening, we oftentimes see there's more men than women being represented. Or we see certain groups having a sort of having a more majority role in these conversations than many of the other groups. So I think to ensure that we have a truly multi-stakeholder model, I think we have to first acknowledge the fact that the multi-stakeholder model, while it is all well and good and has been the bedrock of internet governance for the last 20 years, is not perfect. And that there are many power asymmetries that exist within the multi-stakeholder model itself, which has made many communities across the global majority particularly feel disenfranchised and excluded. And this is not just the communities that don't have access to the internet as it is, but also communities that don't have access to these kinds of spaces, whether it's because of financial capital, because of knowledge, because of networks. There's a number of different power asymmetries at play. I think it's very important to acknowledge that. And I think the other one that I think that the Director General from Estonia has also alluded to is really around, even when communities are connected, sometimes because of shutdowns, they become disconnected. And again, they're left out of the conversation. So there's different layers to that. And I think for us to really preserve the multi-stakeholder model and to be able to ensure that it works for the global majority and for people around the world, it is really important to start interrogating some aspects of the multi-stakeholder model to ensure that it is responding to the needs of the people on the ground. I think the second is really around the capacity piece, even when we are in these kinds of spaces. And I think that's where the technical community, the private sector, governments have a tremendous role to play in terms of how do we ensure that when groups have access to international spaces, are sitting on these tables, they're actually able to meaningfully contribute it. In the last 1 year, we've seen that with the GDC and a number of other processes, it's actually quite extraordinary the amount of things happening, and it's a lot to keep track of. And if you are an under-resourced civil society organization in the global majority, where you have existential crisis around not just the internet and being online and surviving online, but also in terms of food security, climate change, political, geopolitics. There's so many things at play, and in that kind of an environment, keeping track of what's happening in New York and Geneva is really, really difficult. And so I think to be able to, again, make the multi-stakeholder model work, it's really important to invest quite deliberately in capacity of communities from the very sort of grassroots up to the very top. And I think we heard from the IGF Secretariat about the NRIs. And oftentimes in the last in the last sort of 20 years, we've also seen that while NRIs are great in terms of engaging local communities, oftentimes they also are not sufficiently multi-stakeholder. They oftentimes become, they become politicized, or they end up only capturing the majority voices, that women are left behind. That has been at least my experience in my NRI. And so I think to ensure that if we want multi-stakeholderism to really work with the global majority, that there is a downstream effect, that at every step along the way, we are very deliberate about, one, building that capacity, two, creating intentional spaces, and then three, are designing those spaces in a way where different voices have equal rights and equal say, and are able to contribute to what they want on how the internet to be. And I think that lived experience that I think also that Meta also mentioned is really critical. I think the last piece I'm going to say is just in terms of ensuring a multilingual internet. I think that's quite important in terms of and that's a huge contribution of both the technical community as well as the private sector. That if the internet and I think Emilia also talked about the fact that 90% of Meta's users are outside the US and Canada, but if you see the websites on the world to the internet is majority in English, and that is also a huge problem in terms of access and the kind of content we're designing, and having the communities properly represented online. But at the same time, we also have to remember that now that with AI and other kinds of technologies, building a multilingual internet should not mean that we expect indigenous communities to contribute data for free. And so there's also that power dynamic that we have to be quite cognizant of. So I hope that as we think about the implementation of the GDC and how the member states are approaching it, that we are very intentional about how we're also thinking about the multi-stakeholder model, about inclusion, about space building, and about the inherent power asymmetries that are not unique to the multi-stakeholder model, that is structural asymmetries that exist. But I think we have a real opportunity as a community that to be able to build those spaces in a way so that everybody has an equal footing and an equal say and has an equal stake in these conversations, because the internet, from where I come from, the internet is the world. And without its access, I think we fundamentally get cut off from the world. And so there is a very real stake here. And I hope as we are thinking about, and as all these various stakeholders thinking about it, that we are being very deliberate about space building. Thank you.
Hello, okay. Yeah, thanks. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity to contribute this conversation. My name is Adiboye Adigoke, and I work for an organization called Paradigm Initiative. We work in Africa, and we represent the Global South community as well. I think the issue around the role of multi-stakeholderism within the context of global processes such as the WCIS and the GDC it's a conversation that has been flogged, if not overflogged. And I think we are at the point where we need to come up with some tangible, recommendations in terms of how to proceed in this conversation. I think one of the concerns that have been discussed is around the role of the IGF, for example, in the implementation of the GDC, for example, whether the IGF represents a veritable platform to achieve that objective, or whether options are being considered. And I think one of the criticism of the IGF has been that IGF is not known to be the platform that leads to actionable outcomes or tangible outcomes, which is a valid argument. But I would also argue that if it doesn't lead to actionable outcome, who is to blame? Why is it so? It doesn't lead to actionable outcome because it is not set up to lead to actionable outcome. And who will make it to lead to actionable outcome if not the UN, if not the countries who decided to make it what it is right now? So I do think that if we are talking of multi-stakeholderism, the reason why a lot of civil society organizations have bias for the IGF process is that it's probably one of the few processes where civil society voices are at least visible. The point has been made about how invisible non-state actors were in the GDC negotiation, for example. So I do think that it is not enough to say the IGF doesn't lead to actionable outcome. It's about if we believe in multi-stakeholderism and if we think that IGF reflects multi-stakeholderism, then I think the question that should be on the table is how do we strengthen the IGF to be able to achieve or to lead to actionable outcomes. But I also think that one issue around multi-stakeholderism, especially from the Global South perspective, is that I do think that it's about paying lip service to some of these issues over the years, and it has not helped us to really advance. My colleague was talking about a lot of dimensions of around marginalized voices, male, female, dynamics and all of that. And I remember being in a room, in a panel where the moderator was introducing panelists, and after he had introduced 4 men, he said, "Oh, we are gender conscious, so we also introduced a woman to join the panel." And I said, "What?" So this happens a lot in a lot of processes whereby the issues that people complain about, multi-stakeholderism, gender balance, our response to it is tokenistic. We are not really interested in addressing the issue. And I think that is also the same thing with multi-stakeholderism. A lot of platforms we set up to achieve multi-stakeholder objective are set up as a tokenistic response to the complaints. If we are more genuine about how to achieve it, I believe that we have what it takes to achieve it. And I'll quickly, before I hand over the mic, give examples of some of the efforts or some of the initiatives that can help us to achieve multi-stakeholder outcomes. I do think that one of the challenges that multi-stakeholder process has is that it is not just enough that you don't have diverse stakeholders in the room. It's also because you don't have equal capacity by diverse stakeholders. So even when you manage to get diverse stakeholders into the room, they cannot negotiate or discuss at the same level because they don't have the capacity. I work for an organization that I think we're a bit privileged coming from civil society. We're a bit privileged to be in some rooms that a lot of other organizations that do the kind of work that we do don't have. But I also think that what we also need to do at the multilateral level is that when we have opportunity to engage with organizations such as ours, it is not just about getting us in the room. It's also about using us as a link between the government, between the multilateral processes and the diverse communities that we serve. So we don't just want to be there and feel among. We want to be there knowing that we represent a whole lot of communities of people using our voice to make their opinions heard at the global stage. So I do think that this advice now, I know I've been bashing multilateral, I've been bashing the UN. Now, this is also an advice to a few of us that get the chance to speak in rooms like this, to also recognize that we are not here to advance ourselves. We are also here to represent the community, and we need to also create a process back home whereby we create engagement platforms where we can let the community know what kind of conversation is happening at the multilateral level, let them know how they can contribute to it, and so that when we show up here, we are not just discussing our opinion, we are discussing what our communities want us to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Boye, and thank you, Sabanas. Thank you very much for your remarks. I think they were especially very useful because you try to connect the local with the global level and try to especially also bring this input from the local level into the conversation, even though we have some conversations that are multilateral, maybe a bit more closed. While we are trying to open them up, we are also trying to create more opportunities and to create more momentum also for engagement with a broad range of stakeholders at the IGF, but also outside of it. And I think that's an example that many others could also follow. Without further ado, I will move to the last question to the panelists. It's also a question for 2 of our speakers. So I will first introduce them and then mention the question. We have Olaf Koopman, executive level advisor and spokesperson, and I think also principal from the Internet Society and from the technical community. And we have Fiona Alexander here from the American University, who is also a member of the FOC Advisory Network from the academia. And then to the question, building on what Boye and Shabanaz just mentioned also, how can we ensure that digital governance is not only inclusive, but also underpinned by the necessary technical expertise, leveraging the knowledge and expertise of the technical community and academia, and the lessons learned from previous processes, such as the WSIS plus 10, but perhaps also the WSIS, the original WSIS process and the Tunis process that we had there. Olaf, I will give the floor first to you.
I'm going to start with, I promised myself not to mention AI during this whole week, but I failed. If you train a large language model and you provide it with incomplete input, it will start to hallucinate. And I think that the multi-stakeholder mechanisms, if you do not provide all the inputs that you have at the table, the output of the process will be a hallucination. Therefore, we need everybody at the table, including the technical community, which will help to produce an outcome that suits reality, so to speak, that is achievable. But also, of course, the other stakeholders, so that we're not hallucinating about rights and about social justice issues. I'm not going to call myself a representative of the technical community. I am somebody who has a technical community background. I've been contributed to the development of the internet for 2.5 decades. I can only speak for my own organization, and there are many technical community organizations out there. First, I want to come back to the GDC. We heard how the GDC was developed, and we've heard that multi-stakeholderism is front and central as an output of it. However, the process itself was not a leading by example type of process with respect to multi-stakeholderism. And therefore the question whether the process or the outcome should be endorsed is one that we, at least at the Internet Society, answer is no, we will not endorse it. We were not part of this process. We were at the outside looking in through opaque windows and sort of guessing what was happening. At some point there was a consultation, but consultation is not multi-stakeholder engagement. It's not a discussion. It's not sharing what you've learned and improving on that outcome. And of course, we understand that in a multilateral environment such as the UN, at some points the doors close and decisions are being made. But those should be closing at the last possible moment, not at draft 1, 2, or whatever the draft number was. We like the outcome of the paper, the principle, the vision, and the objectives that the GDC defines. And as the Internet Society, again, I cannot talk for the whole community, we at least will be working towards some of these objectives, including making sure that the last 2.8 billion people it is, and probably more, still are going to be connected to the internet, because that's the basis of being able to reap the benefits of the internet. And there, again, multi-stakeholderism is important because the initiatives that connect the people in the most difficult places are initiatives that are sort of local initiatives, community networks, creative, innovative solutions that people build on the ground together with stakeholders that are technical and stakeholders that are interest groups, actual stakeholders. And I think that the role that the IGF structure, from local to national to regional to global, plays a role there. The IGF in that sense works as a norm entrepreneurship, where good ideas bubble up, they gain maybe formal, maybe informal consensus at the highest level, and then trickle down again so that people can act locally while thinking globally. So I think that that is, for me, that is what multi-stakeholderism embodies. With respect to the role of the technical community, I have to say, and now I'm saying we speak a different language too. And we, as technical community, can be rather inaccessible because we speak a different language. We use different acronyms than the people that are engaged with traditional governance issues. And that makes things difficult. You don't land a technologist in this forum and accept them to be able to navigate it. NRI doesn't mean anything to that. But if you take a policymaker and you dump them in a technical environment, TCP doesn't mean anything to them. And I think it's very important to be conscious about that. One of the things that I do in the context of the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, is that we help policymakers understand that environment. We do policy programs. We expose policymakers to those groups. The IETF itself brings different communities into it to discuss issues that are relevant for society. We have a human rights in protocol research group in which we discuss those things. That doesn't make the IETF accessible to everybody from the global south and the global majority and doesn't make it easy to contribute, but it is still an open forum in which people can contribute it should they have the capacity and resources, which that organization can unfortunately not offer. I know I am meandering around a few topics here, but I think that is sort of the gist of it. It is important to get together. Only then we can solve complex issues, and the technology is often an aspect of that complexity. So you need the technologists in the room. When we do that, we need to have a conscious and purposeful way of engaging that goes two ways. And the IGF, I think, is a good forum where we exchange ideas and bring things back home so that we can implement them. Those were the three things. Thank you, Jacco.
Apparently I was clocked in earlier as being the fastest speaker at the IGF on Monday, so I will try to actually be much slower today, but who knows, I'm naturally a fast talker, so let me know if I get back up to that high speed again. Thanks for the invitation, and it's happy to, it's going to do a meter for me, it's good. I'm happy to be here and talk about sort of this important topic. And I was sort of struck by not just the questions, but the interventions that everyone else has made, and it's kind of the nice problem of being the last person. You get to kind of pull from what everyone else has said. So I'll try to do that with what I'm doing as well. But the question is, how do you actually make sure that the conversations are underpinned by all the right expertise? And the only way you do that is by letting people in the room and giving them the capacity to meaningfully participate, right? Things that have been said here. And as I reflect on the last year and all the work the FOC has done on things led by the ambassador and others, and what the AN has done, what I see from the New York processes this year is two processes that touched on digital issues that point to the limits and the inability of the New York UN processes to actually involve people. So not only do we have the experience of the Global Digital Compact, which several folks have talked about, we also had the experience of the UN Cybercrime Convention, where actually stakeholders were actually allowed, theoretically, to be in the room and give advice, and then were ignored for 2 years. So my takeaway from this past year's experience is that the New York processes by design and by structure and by bureaucracy and rules are limited in their way to involve stakeholders. And I don't see a meaningful way to change that. I will keep saying it should change and I will keep pushing for it to change. I think but the reality is those structures and systems are inherently set up not to allow that. So the way to address that going forward is to make sure FOC countries keep coordinating, make sure AN members are part of that process, FOC member states allowing other folks on their delegations perhaps kind of can address some of that. But the other, my takeaway is that when I actually look at the final output of the GDC and I read it carefully, and I've been doing this work for 25 years, I was in the US government for about 20 years before doing what I do now for the last 5, there's very little in the GDC that's actually new. Almost nothing, actually, as I read it and think about all the other things I've been involved in negotiating in the last 25 years. There's a new conversation on data governance that the CSTD is doing, and luckily the CSTD actually has processes to involve people, so that's actually a great win, I think, for us. And then there's a new AI panel, which I'm still not sure what it's for. But otherwise, there's not much in the GDC that's new. And when we talk about GDC implementation, I would offer I think the GDC implementation is well underway because the GDC is just reinforcing what we're all already doing. And so while I think the conversations next year in New York are important, and clearly the resolution that will be adopted likely in December of next year about the WSIS renewal and WSIS plus 20 will be pivotal, the conversation around that will inherently be intergovernmental. It'll be the last quarter of next year, probably. So that means what do we do for the first 9 months of next year? And I think the emphasis that we should collectively consider taking on is looking at our local and national processes. And I'm struck when Anya mentioned 178 national and regional IGFs now. And for those that weren't involved in the beginning, the impetus for the national and regional IGFs happened because the UK stakeholders went home after the first IGF in Greece and said, oh, we should do one of these at home. There was nothing in the global IGF that said go forth and do this. There was nothing that anybody said you should do this. It was people from the UK, I don't know who it was actually, maybe we could find out at some point, and they came back and they said we should do this in our country. And that then spurred everybody else to take this on and do that around. And now 20 years later, you have 178 NRIs, local, national, regional, youth, whatever it may be. And that's a pretty inspiring thing to think about. 20 years later, we got to that. And again, this gets back to my suggestion for going forward, which is, yes, we have to engage in New York and monitor in the way that we can, but GDC implementation is not something that needs to start. It's already happened or is ongoing. And I think if we start thinking of it that way, then we can go back to focusing on what's actually important, which is how do we actually involve and participate and solve these problems at local and national levels in environments like this, where we have structures to participate. When I think back to 20 years ago and even looking at the ITU or UNESCO, those groups were not particularly open and inclusive. And I'm not suggesting that they're perfect now, but they've made great strides. So I think that the operating agencies of the UN, the executing agencies of the UN, whether it's an IGF, which I would include in that, or whether it's a WSIS forum, or whether it's a UNESCO, or whether it's an ITU, whether it's these other IGFs that are outside the process, whether it's an ICANN or an IETF, those processes all have mechanisms and those processes are making best efforts. So I think it's time for us to go back and focus on fixing and engaging and doing those things, not in a performative way, as you suggested in some cases, but actually undertaking that. And that's where I think we need to shift our focus. I think the New York exercise and processes of this year have just reinforced for me that the New York processes aren't going to ever solve our problems, because by design they're going to be multilateral. And we can keep pushing and we can keep demanding access and we can keep working with FOC and other partner governments to make things better. But I think we're going to hit a wall repeatedly over and over, and I really think that we need to focus on the other parts of the ecosystem and the WSIS ecosystem as we know it. And that's kind of my takeaway from this week, especially as I listened to the OSET Secretariat attempt to answer questions. I'm sorry that Filippo's already gone, about how they're going to go forward, and they don't know still. And I think that just speaks to the lack of, even if they wanted to, the lack of opportunity in that New York environment to do it in a meaningful way.
Fiona, and thank you, Olaf, for your comments. And I'm very glad that both the national and regional initiatives and the transmission control protocol have been mentioned now, so that we can put in our pocket. And I'm also actually glad that you mentioned New York versus local versus national. And I think when we are engaging with the WSIS process, but also broader internet governance, that would speak to the point that we have a double engagement where we both try to meaningfully engage with these processes that are in New York or in Geneva and that are more multilateral based, and trying to ensure that these are not too detailed, but they are creating an enabling environment for those more locally based and nationally based initiatives, because we don't need to have all the details in New York. We can have general principles, we can have more general language, but that language has to be enabling for all those other initiatives. And I think on the other hand, we have to make sure that so that's the second road, that we have to engage with our stakeholders at home and within our own smaller or bigger circles of influence. So we have a few more minutes. We have, I think, about 8 minutes for questions, and then we'll have another round for all the speakers to give their last takeaway in about 1 or 2 sentences. So let me see, do we have any questions in the room or online? No? Okay. Because there are 2 comments online, but I don't know if they are. Okay. If we don't have any questions in the room or online, I think that just means that we have more time for our panel. Oh, we do. Yeah. More comments than questions, but very useful. If we don't have any questions online or in the room, I think we are going to go to our speakers for their final words. And I'm going to have the same order as we did before, except that, of course, Filippo has left. 1 second. So that means we will go to Rasmus for your final remarks.
Okay, so thank you. Is that 30 seconds now or a bit more? Okay, yeah. So just to comment on a few things, maybe just to say that I very much agree that a lot is happening here and there and everywhere, except for New York in terms of multi-stakeholderism. So I think you're quite right that the mindset in New York is very multilateral. It is very difficult to have a different type of access there. So I think the way we have been working in the FOC and in other fora is the right way to go in order to actually be able to get some input into the government's thinking, in order for them to carry it over then to the discussions in New York. I also think that it is important to work a lot on the national level, because, well, as it is said, all foreign policy is also domestic. So it means that a lot can be done and have to be done on the national level, so that the governments will then appear on the international arena already with necessary input and feedback from the civil society and so on in what they have gotten from their own country. It is obvious that it's not the same for every country, and it's not even possible in every country. But at least this is the approach that should be tried everywhere, by trying to show the governments that where their interest may lie in being inclusive in these processes. And yeah, and I also wanted to agree very much with the point that actually I just omitted in the beginning to make it later, that we, even as a government, we also encourage our other governments to include civil society members in their delegations wherever possible in these discussions, in order to make it more easy to have the multi-stakeholder approach working on the international level. So very much agreed with this point. And then maybe finally just to say that we very well recognize as a government that multilateral formats are not sufficient to handle all those questions, and cannot deal with everything alone with regard to discussions related to internet governance and digital technologies, and therefore we do need an inclusive approach. And the question is that, what is the best way of achieving it, and one here in the IGF, we can say that this is exactly why we believe that IGF needs to be strengthened. It's very important to pay attention to this when the mandate renewal for the IGF will come to discussion. And we very much support the stronger Internet Governance Forum and its bottom-up way of working. And we believe that the IGF represents the varying interests of the global digital community, and this is why I also mentioned in the beginning that we should put in more effort in making those existing multi-stakeholder formats work, instead of trying to create new ones that might make things more complex. Thank you.
You're Rasmus, and I think you almost stuck to the 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Sorry. Anja, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I certainly would like to say that I do understand that sometimes maybe there is a concern or even frustration that we are slower in terms of our good action and policy with respect to the rapid development of digital technologies. But I also think that we should not underestimate everything that has been done in the past 20 years, because it's really remarkable. And that is this whole ecosystem that we established of various mechanisms. I mentioned the concept of local IGFs just because it's the closest to us. And I think it's much easier to see the change on the ground through the national IGFs rather than through a global IGF because of the complexity. So in that sense, we are now working with more resources and more mechanisms at our disposal. So that's, I think, an encouraging factor. Where we need to focus our attention more, I completely agree with Fiona and other colleagues who mentioned, is really the capacity development. We are not anymore in this narrative where we have 4 stakeholder groups represented by numbers. We have to look at that in a more nuanced way through maybe a multidisciplinary lens. We have been seeing that through the IGFs. Our statistics are always a very nice navigation in that sense. You are exactly seeing from which countries, for example, we have lower participation, especially looking, for example, in the past 10 years. We are also seeing which disciplines are missing in this discourse, especially as the technologies are becoming so integrated that it's not anymore exclusive, for example, to the car industry or a health sector to be part of these discussions. They're actually very much needed in these areas. So that's what I think, that now evolving from multi-stakeholder toward multidisciplinary, having all disciplines involved with us is very important. That's why this IGF, for example, continued working with legislators, parliamentarians, but also very much put emphasis on working more with the private sector of various backgrounds and with the judiciary, as courts, prosecutors, the court system overall is coming up with decisions that are reflecting all of us one way or another, and that's why it's important to have them understand, first of all, what are they deciding against before any wrong decisions are made, which have long-term consequences on our human rights, first of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anja, and I will give it straight to Emilia.
Oh, thank you so much. This was really a good conversation. For me, just in terms of closing remarks, the IGF is an important space, but also more importantly, the FOC, I think, is really an important space for us as private sector, and I'm sure civil society. I was in civil society before and participated in FOC, and it was really important then, as it is important now. Not only, I think, for pushing diplomacy or international policy goals, but it's also an important space an inclusive space where we can all sit around the table, not change, but for relationship building, for trust building, particularly from an industry perspective. I also think it's important not only as a as a space for like writing these statements or from a substance perspective, but it's also important as an example of an inclusive process. So in itself as a process, I think it's important, and I Secretary. Oh, it's dead. Sorry. It's on. Okay. Sorry, the mic. Yeah. But also the FOC is important. I think as a process, is an exemplary process that we can all learn from. And I hope there will still be continued support for the Secretariat, who are also, who do a lot of the work behind the scenes to support all the work that FOC and the AN is doing. And that cannot happen. And we cannot talk about inclusion and inclusivity and building a digital future without actually putting resources where our mouth is. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Emilar. I will give it straight to Sabanas for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Jaco. And thank you all for your very insightful interventions. I think for us from the global majority, I think there were two main takeaways from the last year. I think one, and I see this being reflected also in this particular conversation, one is really the power of local networks, and whether that is national governments, local communities, and really I think while we cannot always influence all the processes in New York, like Fiona said, we do have tremendous structures and networks built out at the local level and at the national level, and I think there's a real opportunity to be able to engage with those networks to then be able to then influence international processes. And I completely agree with Rasmus and Fiona in terms of decentralizing these conversations as much as possible and ensuring that stakeholders at that level, whether it's governments, their private sector, civil society, technical communities, are able to participate in a meaningful way and then bring it up to at the international level. I think the second is, as we were participating in the last couple of years, but also particularly the last year, I think the issue of capacity really came up, and I think Boya also alluded to it, that even when we have access to these spaces, there is a significant gap in capacity. So then we are unable to negotiate the way we would like to. And not all of us come from countries and have governments who are willing to engage with civil society. And so we also have to engage in very different ways and using very creative ways. And so that capacity piece is really critical. So I hope as we get into the future, the next few years, particularly next year, there is serious consideration about how we're building capacity of the various stakeholders, including governments in the global majority, to be able to come to these forums with knowledge, information, and a collective bargaining power, because I think that's what's going to make all the difference as we think about the future of the internet.
Thank you. And we have 3 speakers left in a few minutes only, so I'll ask you to keep it brief. Boya.
All right, thank you. I think it's helpful that the point about capacity has been made over and over again, but I'll just use the opportunity of a last remark to, again, spotlight the work of the FOC, because I think the FOC has served as some sort of buffer for filling the gap around multi-stakeholder involvement in global processes. I personally consider the FOC as a very strategic coalition that has provided a platform for, especially through the advisory network, for a lot of expertise that exist outside of government to engage in global processes. I am a beneficiary of that, for example, so I think that's very important. So this is commendation for the FOC, and I trust that with the leadership of the government of Estonia, that will continue to be the case as well. So I also just think that strategic initiatives such as the FOCs like that, we should also kind of pay some attention to them and the role that they can play in buffering some of the gaps that we have identified during this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Boya. And then to Olaf.
Much has been said. I would underline the need for bottom-up involvement. And I saw a good example this week. Our Tanzania chapter, the ISOC chapter in Tanzania, has approached its government to organize a WSIS prep meeting. And I think that is the type of initiative that we should see basically everywhere. Local communities self-organizing, going to their government and basically prepping this stuff.
Thank you, Olaf. And then we have our final speaker. Of course, some of us know that last remarks are best remembered. So we're all putting pressure on each other. So I'm going to do that again. Over to you, Fiona.
Slow and conscious of time and not too much pressure. I think just agreeing with all the closing remarks everyone else has said helps make that slow. And I would just encourage us as we go forward as FOC and the FOCAN, we really think strategically for next year about how best to leverage the collaborative nature that we have. And I think, at least from my perspective, I think there's two big priorities for next year for WSIS plus 20, and that's obviously the renewal of the IGF. But I think it's really time that we try to focus on getting some sustained funding for the IGF so that the IGF is not just reliant on the kindness of strangers to give them money and actually give them some real money in the budget. So I think those would be my two big priority items for WSIS plus 20 next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our audience. And I wish you a very nice day. Thank you very much.